You're listening to The Pete Shepard Show.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to another edition of the Pete Shepard Show here on a beautiful Wednesday here in Fort Myers, Florida. It is July 24th. How is everybody doing today? Thanks, everybody, for checking us out, as always, on the Coastal Sports Network video platform. On Twitter, actually, you can follow me at PShep326. On Facebook, SR102.9thegame.com. Download the app from there. Ion TV. We're powered by Ion TV. CSN Florida, Rumble, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, and YouTube. You can call or text at 727-858-6650. How are you today? Sorry for the last couple of days. As most of you know, I kept my profile pinned up for the last couple of days. And just an update before we get into the show, because this is probably going to be the best therapy for me for the next few hours, till 10 o'clock this morning, is to just get through this show and talk about sports and try to just forget about what's happening with my beautiful Scotty Terrier, Chara. She's back home with us. We went back home, finally got to take her home yesterday morning. She's just spending the last few hours with us. And, I'm just telling it like it is. She's off in the corner where Peanut Gallery works, and it's just that time. It's just that time. So my wife spent last night on the floor with her with pee-pee pads all around because she's trying to hang in there, but it's just that time. So today we're going to, after the show or later on this afternoon, I'm going to take her for one last unbelievable meal at Rusty's, because my wife's taking her all the time after her appointments there, and she loves their burgers. So that's what she's going to get wherever else she wants. And then it's enough. And I've prepared myself for the last 72 hours, so I'm not going to get overly emotional about it right now. I'm sure when the time happens, I will. But it is what it is. She's had nearly 14 great years with us. It's been fantastic. So that's where we are. So that's it. I appreciate all the thoughts and prayers that everybody has sent, including Angel Martinez. Yesterday, Angel, this was amazing. We had neighbors knock on our door that I had never met before. And it was a mom with her two young girls, and she had brought flowers and a couple of little trinkets for us. And all it said was, and they must have seen my post or talked to my neighbors, either Mike and Andrea next door or Kim and Rob across the street from us, to find out that we're, and they said, we're here, you're having problems with your dog, blah, blah. And they gave Elaine flowers and a couple of trinkets. It was really, really nice. Really, really nice. So it's just, it restores your faith in people. And so that's where I am. So thank you, everybody, for that. And, I'll keep you posted, but we're going to continue to try to do the best shows we can here. If something should happen in the middle of this show where I have to cut it short, then that's it. But but I don't think that's going to happen for now. So we'll see. Let's try to get through 10 o'clock and do the best show we can and have a little bit of fun here, because trust me, I need it. And I need to hear from you guys, and not just sympathy or anything like that about Char, just, sports related stuff. But I thank you for all the thoughts and prayers. And thank you, Angel Martinez, for all the kind words that you have said, not only on the air, but in text messages to me. So thank you, my friend. And good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, Pete. I am good, although I may have a little bit of the Ricky Raccoon kind of look, only because of the sun. Yesterday we did some stuff outside, and so it might have a kind of a weird look on my face, and then stuff that ended up peeling from the weekend. But no, I'm good. Chara, I think, will be the focus of today's show, meaning in spirit, because obviously she was there for the Celtics win the championship, which is it's always great. But
well, we got her right after the Bruins won the Stanley Cup, and that's why we nicknamed her Chara, or named her Chara, and then I Italianized it to Chiara after it's a big church in Rome, a couple other places in Italy. But we got her right after the Bruins won the Stanley Cup, and so we named her after Big Z. She used to have a Big Z, Zdeno Chara blanket and stuff like that. And in her prime, man, she really loved to watch hockey. It was crazy, and not basketball or baseball or anything like that, but she loved to watch hockey. But we'll see. Anyway, getting word she's sleeping in the corner right now. So,
Well, that's good.
but yeah, it's she's a great dog. We're very lucky to have her. And like I said, tough little cookie. But how are you doing? Besides your sunburn, Rocky Raccoon, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and other than that, not bad at all. It's been crazy busy on the network, which is always a good thing.
I caught some of your show yesterday. Outstanding stuff, and man, it's great to see. It's great to see all the viewers that we had across the video platform. Just amazing work, yeoman's work. And the number to call or text, which I forgot, is 727-858-6650. But great job yesterday, Angel, you and everybody else the last couple of days.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. As always, just tons of work. I know a lot of people are saying that they're trying to listen in on the app. The app is not working, as we have stated before. The app, the new digital sports app, is directly on the website, sr1029thegame.com. So if you guys are trying to listen on the old app, unfortunately, it's not working because, as I mentioned, it was going to be gone in 2 weeks. So the old app is gone. The new app is up and running. So visit the website, download it directly from the website. It takes about 4 months for them to be published over to the stores. So it makes it easier if I did it myself and upload it where everybody can go directly to the website, download it, and you guys won't miss a thing.
Cool. And I forgot to update the banner today. If you see it across the scroll, I'll update it when we take a break at the bottom of the hour. But coming up on today's show, Bill Sparrows will join us from the Boston Herald and senior betting analyst from bookies.com at 8:30. And then John Perrell at 9:05. He might be in Charlotte for the ACC. But ACC Media Day is ongoing. SEC Media, Big Ten Media Day is ongoing. SEC was last week. And, man, there is a lot to talk about with the ACC. I don't know if you caught Dabo Sweeney yesterday, but Dabo's upset because the ACC doesn't do enough to promote the ACC, and he wants a Feinbaum-type show on the ACC network. So we'll get into that. We'll hear from the Cal and Stanford coaches. I think it's interesting. Cal and Stanford in the ACC, I think, is absolutely fascinating. And I think both of them have to make at least 3 trips to the East Coast this year or across the country at some point. So we'll talk about that. NFL camps are ongoing. By the end of today, everybody, or the next few hours, everybody will have reported to camp today, mandatory. I think you touched on this yesterday, Angel. It's part of the show I watched. It's why the New York Jets are the New York Jets. And Hassan Reddick, who used to be on your Eagles. Everybody knew he wasn't going to play. So he left Philadelphia. The Jets picking up, knowing damn well that he's not playing for them unless he has a contract.
Yep.
So what does he do? Doesn't have a contract, holding out. Good for him. CeeDee Lamb, another Jet distraction for you. That's called Jet football right there in a nutshell. So Philly fans, you must be laughing your ass off about that. That's kind of funny. You know the Jets would mess it up.
Of course it will. It's every year. There's talk either. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers even mentioned that he wants to retire as a Jet. I'm quite sure Packers fans are going to absolutely love that one. But it's not surprising by the Jets. Hassan did want a big payday. Eagles had other holes to fill, and they're almost pretty much capped out. So he wants $14.5 million. I don't know if the Jets going to offer that. So if they don't, I guess he'll be sitting out and paying fines at the same time.
Wonderful. Beautiful. Something that's not wonderful and beautiful, if we can, Angel, right out of the gate, this is a non-sports related story, but I thought I had to check this like 3 times to make sure this was real. Out in Wyoming at Yellowstone National Park, does Old Faithful still, bust a gut every hour? I'm not sure that's still the case, but if you could play this video, it's the first one down.
Yep.
Biscuit Basin in Yellowstone National Park blew up yesterday. Big geyser thing, a huge explosion. Thank God nobody was hurt. This looks like something out of a movie, but check this out. Really, it is unbelievable. I thought it was a new trailer for Twisters. It was bad at movies that's going to be. But Biscuit Basin, the Yellowstone National Park, blown up, destroying a nearby boardwalk as tourists could be seen running to safety, as you just saw. So, according to Geyser Times, that was the thing. There were no injuries. A radio report noted, quote, first large pool at Biscuit Bay, large explosion, lots of debris, no injuries, calling geology to determine what happened. Biscuit Basin is now closed. You think?
Now,
Wow.
you already know what's coming. You know what they're going to blame it on.
Oh, global warming or something. But no,
Yeah,
well, it depends what, what's surprising is this hasn't happened earlier. Uh, or maybe there were small tremors. I don't know. Maybe this happens more often than not like that, not quite as
right.
severe as that. So again, I don't know if Old Faithful does Old Faithful still go off every hour on the hour or close to it. I've never been to Yellowstone. It's on my bucket list somewhere along the way,
I
but
think
I've
they have
never
a
been there.
makeshift one. So they have the studio version. In case it doesn't, then they, hit a button and it comes out like a squirt fountain.
Oh my God! But that is absolutely that's frightening.
I did see that yesterday though, but yeah, you're right because I would imagine if you're, I mean, other than being semi cool as long as you don't get injured to see the blast itself. But Rick says that Old Faithful goes off about 17 times a day.
Okay, so not quite once an hour, but it's nevertheless 2/3 of the day, basically.
Yeah.
Interesting. So that was really something. All right, what else is going on? I'm going to do an MLB rundown, of course, with Red Sox Report at 8:15, sponsored by Moynihan Lumber. I want to say belated happy birthday to our good friend and sales guy, Paul Kelly. He had celebrated his birthday yesterday. I did text him
Oh,
and wish him a happy birthday, and he was chowing down big time at the Capitol Grill. So good for him.
yeah. Well, happy belated birthday. So is Capitol Grill then a kind of like a chain restaurant? Because I know I went to one in
Oh
DC.
yeah, no, there's a bunch of them. They're all excellent. They're all excellent. Yeah, one just opened up here in Fort Myers. There's one in Naples, and yeah, they're all over the country. At least on the
Exactly.
East Coast, anyway. Yeah, so it is absolutely one of the best steakhouses on the planet.
So
One of the best. And they're so cool. They're all so good. I like Capitol Grill. I like Fleming's. I like Ruth Chris. If I'm gonna go steak, I go high end. So it's they do it so well. And everything's always 99% of the time cooked absolutely perfectly. Medium rare steak as it or fillet or as it should be. I
when
hear some people occasionally order mid well, or well done steaks, and I want to clunk them over the head like Mo and just say, "Stop it!" And chefs will make it. Chefs will make it, but they don't like doing it. It's a disgrace to food to order a high end steak like that, well done. And you can talk to me all you want about how you want and how you want it. I'm not saying you don't have to have it rare or moving, which I wouldn't care about. Uh, it's like people see the sight of a little bit of pink in meat and they absolutely freak out. But you should order a steak, a high end steak, properly medium rare. That's the way it should be, or medium at the very least. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
so with the medium, is that then not entirely pink, but more?
No, medium's pink. Medium's really a nice pink. Medium rare is more pinkish reddish hue.
Okay.
Rare is more red. So when you order a rare steak or meat, if it's purple, then it's raw. Then that's a different story.
Right.
But most of these high-end steakhouses know they know how to cook rare, medium, and well done. It's because you're trained that way. Because people have the right to eat the way they want to eat. And most of these restaurants, anytime, with very few exceptions, if you're at any high-end restaurant or any restaurant for that matter, and say you have say they don't have a kids menu or something, you say, can the chef or whoever, live sous chef, like, can they make my son or daughter, peanut butter and jelly? If they say no, then shame on them. You should always be able to accommodate anybody in a restaurant if you can. If you can, some high-end restaurants, you might say it might not have hamburgers on the menu or cheeseburgers or something like that.
Mhm.
But they'll make them for you if they have the product. They'll make it for you. Say, God, I want it, but I really feel like a high-end burger. Don't 99% of the time they'll go out of the way to make it for you. Anyway, so let's get into it. Well, anyway, so what else is? Not that I've been out of it. I've tried to catch up a lot in between just sitting with my dog and petting her and everything else. I watched a lot of the ACC media day yesterday in Charlotte. I watched some of the Big Ten, and we got some great sound and some good video to play today for you. So again, how you doing? How's the dynamic Debbie doing? Everything okay?
Yeah, she's good. Back is finally healing, which is nice. Which she can start kind of lifting a little bit more because she gets annoyed. She does her daily workout stuff, and she gets a little bit irritated when she can't because of where the cut was and the healing and stuff.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
she's a lot better. We're able to go to the beach for the first time on
Nice.
Saturday. Yeah, so that was a good time. And then we had a thunderstorm that rolled in as usual
Oh
because of
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So we decided to get off the beach smartly because anytime you hear the thunder roar, right, or roll,
Oh,
depending on who you say it, it's just
you don't mess around. You don't mess around.
yeah. So we left, and there was a bunch of people were still on the beach. I'm like, hey, listen, you guys can have at it, Hoss. So we went, grabbed the coffee, and then jumped back on the boat to take us back over to the car, which was it was nice to kind of take a break for a day amongst all the
Yeah.
other stuff. But it was just it was a good time. So
Oh, you on a boat? The boat took you back? Were you on somebody's boat or?
no, so there's a if you can obviously you can park at Clearwater if you want to, except for the parking garages now have gone up anywhere from 30 to 40, and now some of them are teetering at $50, which is
Oh, God.
absolutely insane. So you can do metered parking, but you have to get down there early because of that's where usually everybody kind of goes to is for the meters. And so if you take the Clearwater has the Clearwater ferry, and so you can park your car either in Dunedin or Clearwater and then take the ferry ride over to the beach. It's actually pretty nice though, because you get if you park, for example, in Dunedin, then you get like a 45-minute ride on the boat. So it takes about 20 minutes to get over to the Sound and then another 25 minutes to get over to Clearwater Beach. But it's nice because you get to see the other boaters and get rocked around a little bit, which is always cool. But it's a good time. So we had fun, but we were
Awesome.
just looking at how many less people, and again, because of the economy, there was usually at the time that we arrived, which was right around a little after 12, you would barely find a place in the sand. And there was so much real estate for people to lay around. It's just that,
Yeah, but you know what is true, Angel, though, and you just hit on it. It's just people understand that. I think a lot of people are going early. You're going to the beach from 9 to noon because anytime you go afternoon, this time of year, you're taking your chances. You're not going to
Mhm.
get any beach time. So if you're planning on being at the beach, I don't care if it's in Tampa or down here in Fort Myers, or any place in between for that matter. You're asking to your day's going to get ruined if you basically go from noon to 4 o'clock. There's pop up thunderstorms, severe ones all over the place. It's that simple. I get the feeling sometimes people just don't check the weather report. They see how nice it is in the morning, which 99% of the time it is, and then between noon and 4, forget about it. You're going to ruin your day unless you prepare for it. That's why I say if you're going to a beach, make sure you're near a bar or a restaurant or something so you can run up. But I
Yeah.
think that's a big reason why this time of year, that's it's. But people, we say it all the time, Angel. Okay, get the beach time in. We're going to the beach. We're going to the beach. Oh, okay. Well, go early. Go early and leave early, and then you'll have a hell of a day. Leave time for lunch or cocktails at the end. Rick says Treasure Island will start changing for public parking or charging
Charging.
for public parking. How long before we have to pay for the air we breathe? But no, we were at Treasure Island last year, and you had to pay to park, and they had the meters right there and it wasn't that bad. I want to say it was $5 if it was 10, no more than 10. They charged at those meters in the parking lot. Now you had to get there early or it would sell out. I mean, it's not a gigantic parking lot, but enough to fit a couple hundred cars, I believe. So if they're already charging, unless you mean by, and if you probably there's so many good restaurants and bars around there, right, Angel? You've been there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
I guess you could park. I mean, if you, I remember one of the establishments they said that if we come back or you sometimes take your word, hey, you come back and dine with us, you can park here for now and just walk across the street. But oh, the Rick says the free parking areas. I didn't know where those were. I didn't because I didn't know the area that well. We just went and parked in the regular parking lot. It was right on the beach. It was nice. It was beautiful. I don't think we paid more than $5. We're there for like 3 hours, and then water was beautiful. And then we just walked across the street to another awesome. We took the car and just went to a nice restaurant and bar outside. It was beautiful. I forget what the name of it was, but it was awesome. We were blessed. But yeah, But that's the whole thing down here. You go to Fort Myers Beach, there's a couple of secret spots. But other than that, you're going to pay. It used to be, even in season, no more than $10. Now it's 20. Some places 25, and it's terrible. They're just it's like gouging the prices of anything else.
Yep.
But
That's why a lot of people down here, like in Clearwater, used to be like, it wasn't bad. There was one garage that we used to religiously park at because it was only $3 an hour, which actually wasn't bad. So you stayed there for what, 5 hours, whatever it was,
Yep.
$18, and it wasn't a bad deal if you stayed that long. But now that same garage is like $30, and then if it seems like if it goes up to 92, now it's 40. So as long as it's under like 85, then you pay 30, which is, it's pretty ridiculous. But the meter parking is still fairly cheap, of course, unless Clearwater's listening in. But you can park per hour.
Let them listen in.
They can. I think you can park per hour. It's like $3.84 or something like that, and so it's still cheaper at the meter parking. But again, you have to get there early if you end up doing so. But it's like everywhere else. Unfortunately, it's going up. But you mentioned like the Treasure Island. We have been there because we stayed there. Like I said, there's a hotel.
Yeah.
I forget, it's like the Treasure Island Inn or something like that, but it's right where Hooters is, and it's on the.
Yeah, that's what we stayed around that area too.
Yeah, it was a great little spot, but it's the only place that we've ever been to where there's not a physical place for you to go in and check in. Everything is done online. It's virtual because it was supposed to be offices, and because of COVID, the people that were supposed to lease the offices didn't. So they basically change them into rooms that you can stay in, and they're comfortable, they're clean, they're nice, and if you're just looking at a place to lay your head, it's a best place to bring you because it's dirt cheap, and you get the parking garage.
Yeah, the Hooters is over there. That's kind of off to in the last end, but there's 3 or 4, I think, other places. I forget the name of that huge place. They're also known for their breakfast and everything else. I think we went there like 3 times in 2 days. It was fantastic, and it's right on the pier there, as is Hooters and everything else. But it was a lot of fun. Great place. I mean, it was like being in another country.
Yep.
Really, really nice. Great people. And it wasn't overly crowded when we went. I forget when the hell we went, but anywho. Anyway. All right. Let's, if we could, Angel, on ESPN, you're going to have to go to NCAAF football. And I want to play Tony Petitti. He's going to be a spot, obviously, before that. Tony Petitti, the commissioner of the Big Ten, addresses a very interesting topic because the full settlement agreement of the antitrust lawsuits involving the NCAA and college sports wealthiest conferences is expected to be filed with a federal court by the end of the week. That's when an attorney for the defendants told the Associated Press on Tuesday. Steve Berman, the Seattle-based attorney of the Hagens Bernan law firm, said, quote, I expect that we will file by Friday. The NCAA, along with the ACC, Big 10, Big 12, Pac-12, whatever's left, and SEC agreed May 23rd to the framework of the $2.77 billion settlement of multiple antitrust lawsuits that were challenging limits on college athlete compensation. So once you get it ready, let me know, Angel. As Tony Petitti talks about it yesterday at the Big Ten Media Week.
Here, and I'll switch it over.
Okay, thank you.
That big ad before you do anything.
Yes. Yep.
Alrighty, here we go.
Thanks.
Crank up the volume.
There's a lot to unpack in the House settlement. We expect it to be filed hopefully this week, and then go through the process with Judge Wilkin to get it to a final position sometime, we're hoping, the next several months. But that new model is going to require a lot of changes in terms of how we operate. You now have a situation where schools can provide benefits directly to student athletes. If there's a cap on that system, we've got to monitor what schools are spending, so you need a reporting system there that doesn't exist. We need a process to evaluate true NIL deals. We want student athletes to be able to take advantage of their name and likeness. We need to make sure that that's what's really happening. And look, the role of third parties, to the extent that third parties can connect student athletes to real NIL opportunities, that's a great thing. And I think that's the priority. So, in this new model, student athletes will have sort of three areas that they can take advantage of. They'll still retain their scholarships, the academic benefits, the connection to academics that's vitally important. They'll be able to receive direct compensation, from their institutions. And third, they'll be able to capitalize on NIL to the extent that their NIL rights have value either locally or nationally. But we've got to build that model, and that's going to require change and a tremendous amount of collaboration. First of all, coming into a consensus within the Big Ten, but then, bringing that to our colleagues across the other conferences. All of those things need to happen together.
Oh, I'm sure everybody will be in
US
agreement.
Bank.
I'm sure everybody will be in agreement. Thanks to Commissioner Tony Petitti. We'll hear from Ryan Day later as well, because we're going to take a quick break. There's a lot to get to in college football. I love media weeks. We had the SEC last week, which was outstanding. ACC and Big Ten media weeks going on as well. We're going to get highlights from everybody. Really interesting stuff coming up after the break from Justin Wilcox. He is the head coach at Cal. Some interesting stuff from him, the Stanford head coach as well. And we're going to hear from Ryan Day, head coach at Ohio State. And you could smell the stinkiness of bullshit coming out of his mouth. And all due respect to all the Ohio States, there's more Ohio State fans here in Southwest Florida, Angel, than there are in Columbus. It's unbelievable. And I like 99% of them I like. But my God, when they hear their coach, when you hear what he says, and there's a great reaction yesterday. I was watching it live because Feiney just lets him have it. And people misunderstand Paul Feinbaum, or they hold prejudices against him, not racial, conference prejudices against him, because they think he shits all over the Big Ten and the ACC. He just tells the truth. He tells the truth. Big Ten Conference Network does not have shows like Feiney. ACC Network doesn't have the type of shows they should have, and they're part of the ESPN platform. The Big Ten, a major, obviously, Power 5 super conference, and their network stinks. Other than the games that they show, you could sit there on a Friday afternoon and have to watch, a girls' varsity volleyball team play against somebody else. It's at the very least, it should just be football during up until now. As long as you're not televising something, if you're televising a real volleyball match or other sports, that's fine. But their network really is bad. It's bad. The Pac-12s, I thought when Kliavkoff took over, I thought that was the first thing he was going to do, being from Vegas and being the new younger guy with all these ideas and knowing about digital and all this stuff. Instead, he didn't do anything. And as bad as the Big Ten network was, the Pac-12 was worse. The Pac-12 network was worse. When you watch the SEC network and even the ACC network, but SEC is still way ahead as far as programming and shows and all of that stuff. It's not even close. The Pac-12 was a joke. The Angel, only about 4 years ago, they didn't even get high def. And most cable systems didn't even have it. I mean, I was lucky I had it. But nevertheless, there is a lot of SEC envy out there. There really is. And I'm not an SEC. I'm a college football fan. I don't really care. But I enjoy the bickering between the conferences, Angel. I love it. And man, I watched some of Feiney's show yesterday, and oh my God. The people they can't generate. They need to get a show like his if possible. But what makes Feiney's show so good, he has got a plethora of callers, and a lot of them are regulars from all over. And I mean from Syracuse down to Florida, all the Carolina. A lot of them are Southern school based, but they are characters and they're fun. They're like the people that listen to this show. They have like cute little texter names, and they just go into each other. But they're passionate as all hell. And the ACC has got to find a way. The ACC network has got to find a way to compete, to at least try to compete with the SEC network. The Big Ten's a lot. They're just lost programming over there. And I really, for the life of me, don't understand it. Whether they don't want to spend the money or whatever it is, but all these conferences are making serious money. Anyway, we'll get into that. We'll hear from some more of the coaches, and we'll hear Ryan Day. We'll hear Feiney's rebuttal, and it's kind of funny. As well. But first, let's take a quick break, Angel. Coming up later on this morning, as I said, Bill Speros will join us at 8:30. We'll have the Red Sox report before that at 8:15. They won 6-zip last night. Tyler O'Neill hit a home run that's still going. And at 9:05, John Mita Perrell. He might be at the ACC Media Week in Charlotte. We'll see. All right. So it is the Pete Shepard Show. We're back in a few minutes right here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey. Why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Don't spaz out because your team lost. Let Pete do it for you. Now, back to the Pete Shepard Show.
Back here on the Pete Shepard Show. It is Wednesday, hump day, July 24th. Yes, I still forgot to update the banners. But coming up later on today, Bill Sparrows from the Boston Herald and senior betting analyst at Bookies.com at 8:30. John Rita Perrell at 9:05. We'll get an ACC update from him as ACC football media week continues in that conference and also in the Big Ten as well. We'll give you some highlights and maybe even some lowlights from the last couple of days. Angel Martinez is in the house as well. Angel, earlier we played the video of Biscuit Basin, not Old Faithful. Biscuit Basin exploded at Yellowstone Park, and luckily nobody was injured. Now, I just found out about this story this morning from Peanut Gallery, but I found the video. We could play this. This happened off the coast of New Hampshire. This is not from a movie. This is not from, this is not Moby Dick, but my God. And this is amazing. 2 people thrown into the ocean after a whale breached and landed on their boat. And this is not like some kayak thing. Wait till you see this. Talk about frightening. Yeah. A nearby boat caught the action. This is from Channel 5 in Boston, but check this out.
Yeah, I saw this. This was nuts. I caught this last night, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Let's see.
Yeah. This is unbelievable. Whoa! Now, you just don't know. I mean, whales, we know whales are very intelligent.
Yeah.
That wasn't a humpback, right? No. Was that a humpback? No. Let's see it again. Hang on. I'm still looking at it. Maybe it was. They're common in New England waters, but this is where you don't know. Did they breach? Knowing there was a boat there or not? I mean, I would think he did. Did they think it was some kind of? I'm not sure they were attacking. Maybe they were. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but you usually don't see whales attack boats. It's just the opposite. They like to play with them or come up with them. Maybe if you're on a surfboard or something or a kayak, they might mistake you for food like great whites do. But I don't think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this, but
yesterday I think I read something where it was either, I don't know how you scare a whale in the water. I'm not too sure, but there was somebody had put out there because there was like 3 or 4 different people that were within the same area, and they were saying that the boaters were doing something to the whale, and I think that was the whale's retaliation.
Okay, I'm reading somebody, and this makes sense to me. He said the whale was feeding, and the captain of that ship did not respect the legal distance from the marine sea life. He should have moved well away before this happened. So maybe that was it. Maybe he saw the whale, and maybe there was a school of fish like they do. And sometimes they gather and force the fish to the top. And maybe that sounds about right. So that's what you get if that's the case. And nobody got hurt.
No, yeah, because I do remember. So
one, I guess, there were 2 whales. One was an infant feeding. The boat got too close. The boat driver was wrong. Everybody's ripping the captain of the boat.
So then that would explain it. Because I know I did read something about that. That it was something that the person did, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But okay, well, that makes perfect sense.
Because the whales don't do that. There's a lot of, around the country, there's a lot of whale-seeking cruises that go out there. Hopefully you get lucky. You see either humpbacks or orcas sometimes in other parts of the country, whatever. And if you're really lucky, one happened a couple of weeks ago that we saw. It was, I want to say it was in Australia, but the oldest living creature on Earth is the blue whale. And there's not many left at all because of all the illegal hunting that went on back in the day. But she saw one and just burst into tears and just like, wow. I mean, that's like seeing Halley's Comet, basically. But anyway, so interesting stuff. But apparently that captain got too close to where the whale was feeding. And there was a baby whale there. And you can totally understand the mother trying to protect her calf. And that's what you get for not respecting the feeding zone. And the kid who filmed it, I think he pooped his pants. But luckily, it doesn't seem like anybody was hurt. But boy, that's something. That's something. All right, Angel, if we continue to scroll down as we continue on with media days, respectively, in the ACC and the Big Ten conferences going on. This is Coach Justin Wilcox of Cal. And I do think this is an interesting dichotomy here. I think it's really interesting that Cal and Stanford, people are forgetting, they are in the ACC now. And there's going to be a few trips that have to be made across the country in all sports. We always think about just football and basketball, but all sports.
Hang on, because got the
And so it's under my Twitter feed, and it says Coach. It's under ACC football. Coach Wilcox on the competition in the ACC.
hang on, cue it up here. There we go.
Yeah, well, I think there's obviously great football in the conference ACC from top to bottom. I mean, you just look at the competitiveness, and I believe last year it was the smallest margin of victory of any conference in the country. And so from top to bottom, the coaching and the players, the quality of play, we know that's going to be really, really high. And so, for us, it's really just, how good can we get? And from now until we play our first game and throughout the season, we just need to be focused on playing better and better football. And we got a ton of respect for the teams on our schedule and looking forward to competing against them. Yeah, well, I think there's obviously great.
Yeah. So that's really interesting. And also, if we could scroll down, the next one. And Cal's only been to one bowl game the last 4 years, by the way. I think it was at the Independence Bowl last year. Stanford hasn't been to a bowl game in like a decade. which is unbelievable. Scrolling down to this is from the Big Ten Network. So Brett Bielema, I always respect him. Actually, there's a lot of kids, believe it or not, in Southwest Florida, Angel, that have gone to play for him, or gone to play for Illinois, believe it or not, the last couple of years. But Brett Bielema on the Big Ten Network yesterday was asked about a couple of things, including some non-football stuff.
Singing voice.
I was sitting in my office. Brett Moore, as you guys know,
we know him well.
Said, "Hey, we're going to have take me out or a Illini event at the Cubs game. Do you want to throw the first pitch?" I said, "Absolutely not. But I'll sing." And they're like, "Well, hey, we're thinking about someone. Do you want to do a player?" I said, actually, Howard's son Houston's not working for us, coaching our wide receivers. And I literally thought, hey, this would be kind of a cool father-son moment. Why don't you see if Howard wants to throw out the first pitch? Didn't know his skill set, didn't know his ability level, but that's how it materialized. And it really became because I know that if you sing the 7-inning stretch, they're always going to boo you. We got a chance to recover because it takes a couple. But the first pitch, you get one pitch.
That's all you get.
Yeah,
it's all on one shot, right?
It's a bit
I don't
of
know
a
how it
harrowing
actually went.
experience.
I didn't view it. I wasn't there, but I haven't heard anything.
Were you on the rubber? Did you go on the rubber or did you go front of the mound?
Rubber.
I'm just asking.
Former Division I athlete.
Yeah,
a walk-on, by the way.
Yeah.
Of course I went to the rubber.
Okay. All
Except
right.
I didn't step on it. You don't do that. You don't step on the rubber.
Oh, really? I towed the rubber?
You shouldn't have touched the rubber.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Now,
They lost the game.
I was under the impression I got an entire at bat, so I think I brushed the guy back with the first pitch a little, as I recall. I tried to go a little low and inside.
Oh, there you go.
Right, and then I was going to go, outside corner.
He's an interesting coach, very dynamic, bombastic. I like him a lot. But man, it's tough to recruit in these major conferences when you're kind of at that. They're ready to take the next step, but they just can't because of Michigan and Ohio State and. Might have an issue, might not. We'll see.
You okay?
Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, all right, let's go. If we go to Total Sports Prep, Angel, and scroll all the way down past MLB to college football, I want to play first the cut number 2 there, Ryan Day, head coach of Ohio State, on guys coming back. This is what I was talking about earlier.
I think probably one of the biggest, struggles that we have is that, when you lose a game like that, you have to wait a whole nother year to get back into that game. And, for our guys who decided to come back, we had about 12 guys that made the decision to come back. That was one of the big reasons why they decided to come back. But what we have to do is build every day and grow every day and count on the work that we're doing on a daily basis that's going to matter as we get to the end of the season. And, what we can't do is get too far ahead of ourselves and start to focus too much on that and get distracted. That's just the bottom line. But when you come to Ohio State, you got to win that game.
All right. If I may, Angel, before we get to Finey's remark, I'm going to ask you if it's possible. Can you go back to ESPN and NCAA football? Ryan Day was on Get Up yesterday with Greeny and explained how the Buckeyes are preparing for a longer season with the 12-team college football playoff. If we can, I know there's going to be a commercial there in between. And the story is like I did the last story under NCAA football. If you scroll all the way down, it'll say Day OSU embracing hype needs to block out the noise, which cracks me up. So while Angel's getting that ready, thanks everybody for listening on the Coastal Sports Network video platform. You can follow me at Twitter X at PShep326, on our Facebook, SR1029thegame.com, Ion TV, CSN Florida, Rumble, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, and YouTube. And always, you can call or text the show, 727-858-6650. So let me know when you have that, Angel.
Yep. Let me, like everything else, let the
Yep.
commercial go.
We don't do commercials on the show, except for our great sponsors that we have. And don't forget, Chris Landry going to be joining me in 6 days. I talked to him yesterday. We're so excited. 7:15 to 7:45 a.m. to start every single Tuesday right here on the Pete Shepard Show on the Coastal Sports Video Network. You will not find a better informed football guru on the planet for college and pro. He is absolutely amazing. You want to check out his stuff too at Landry.com. Anyway, let me know, Angel, when you have it.
It's coming. Come on. Play nice.
Again, Ryan Day, head coach at Ohio State, joining Get Up yesterday, explaining how the Buckeyes are preparing for a longer season with 12-plus playoff teams.
The same question about the 12-team playoff. How does that impact anything in your approach to a season?
Yeah, give it a second, see if it catches up to you, because I'm
Okay, there it is.
All right.
All right, we started from the beginning. Thank you.
Welcome.
The same question about the 12-team playoff. How does that impact anything in your approach to a season?
Well, I think you have to build it the right way, and year in and year out, when you're at a place like Ohio State, I think the first thing that comes up is the end of the season, is the playoffs. What does that look like? But the truth is, you got to rebuild every single season. You got to build now in the summer. You got to build as the season goes on. You got to build depth as the season goes on. You got to build an identity, and then by the end of the season, the goal is to be playing your best football. I think when you look at the teams in the NFL, that's really what's happened. They find their identity there September and October, and then they're looking to play their best football in November and December. Well, I don't think that's going to be any different now. I guess the only difference is that you're going to see more teams in the playoffs make the playoffs, and so now it's more and more important to be playing your best football at the end of the season.
And coaches like you always plan for every contingency, and I saw that Dabo Swinney was talking the other day about how you will handle late season games, like living in a world where you have clinched a berth kind of thing, and now you've got late season games. And in the NFL, sometimes they will rest their star players to make sure there are no injuries. What thought, if any, have you given to that possibility and how you would handle it?
Well, as you look at the end of our season, I think with the games that you see at the end of our season, I think when you look at the opportunity to get into a bye situation, I think when you look at the Big Ten championship game, I mean, you can't take any of those games off. And I think having a first-round bye is very, very important. So, I don't know if we're going to be in a situation where that would come up based on the way that our schedule plays out. But I do think that we're going to be experiencing some new things in college football this season.
All right, and before we get into dissecting and analyzing that, if we go back to Total Sports Prep, Angel, and play Paul Feinbaum's reaction to that, talking about the Michigan rivalry.
Molly, I have no idea what he's talking about. I mean, he's lost that game 3 years in a row, and he's talking about how his players are motivated to come back and play. Well, I heard that 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and last year, and you stunk in all 3 games. I mean, what are you talking about? And here's the problem with talking about Ryan Day. You look at his record, and I'm sure Doggy will quote it and Stephen A. will quote it. It's gaudy. Nobody has a record like him, except you can't choke the biggest game of the year. And to me, if he can't beat Michigan this year when he's got probably the best team in the country along with Georgia, after Harbaugh leaves, after all those great players depart, after a national championship, he ought to be gone. I mean, that is, it's simple as that. That's the biggest game of the year in the Big Ten. And I realize that Ohio State played for a national championship a couple of years ago against Alabama. Only lost by 28 points. They've been to the playoffs. The program hasn't won a national championship since 2014 when Urban Meyer was there. So quit making excuses, Ryan Day. Quit acting like your players have given up something to come back. 3 years ago, they came back. 2 years ago, they came back. And 1 year ago, they came back. And it's been the same result. O versus the last 3 games against Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. That's why when Ryan Day talks about this stuff, Finey just broke it all down for you very succinctly. I was saying the same thing as it happened. Not to mention the fact, not only do they have a great recruiting class coming in and next year as well, they've got the best running back, one of the best running backs in the SEC. I think he led the SEC in, I forget his name. He transferred from Alabama to Ohio State, Angel. So, I mean, they're loaded. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. And and who knows if they end up playing Michigan in the postseason again, not only for the last game of the season, but the postseason as well. Going to be really, really interesting. And the Big Ten championship, because now the rules have changed, right? I think there's a chance you could play 3 times. You play the last game of the regular season. If they're the top 2 teams in the Big Ten, because they're not doing it by conference, by divisions anymore, top 2 teams play, they could end up playing 3 times, possibly. If Michigan can come even close to what they were last year, which I believe that they will. But no excuses left for Ryan Day. None. If they don't win it, or at least be in the championship game this year, there's absolutely no excuses. They're loaded. Tim says, Georgia, Ohio State versus the field. Who you got? Yeah, look, it's, there's always, you always do the preamble about everybody staying reasonably healthy. But I think Georgia and Ohio State, deservedly so, are ranked the top 2 teams in the country. It's the SEC, though. And the SEC, regardless of the SEC is still a better conference. So I still think Ohio State has a quote-unquote easier path to the national championship. But don't forget, the 12-team playoff this year, that changes everything. That changes everything. I am so excited for it. But, both teams can get away with 1. They both could probably get away with 2 losses. And I'm not going to say that's going to happen at all. But both could probably get away with 2 losses and still get in. The SEC is going to get at least 4 teams in, more than likely, with a pretty good shot to get 5. The Big Ten, we'll have to wait and see. Definitely going to be Ohio State and Michigan, unless something goes drastically awry. It should definitely be those 2 teams. And then we'll just have to wait and see. Look, Texas has got Texas, too, should not be frowned upon. They have an unbelievable team, and I love Steve Sarkisian. I think he's a great coach. They got there last year to the college football playoff, and they are freaking locked and loaded this year again. So that is going to be really interesting. With 12 teams in will teams lose to face a weaker opponent? I don't know, Tim. I hope not. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be like professional sports sometimes where you see teams tank it at the end, because you see it in the NBA and to a degree once in a while in the NHL where teams will tank the last game or 2 because they don't want to, because of seeding. But I always say to that, be careful what you wish for, because you do that stuff. And I fell subject to that as well, rooting for, I remember one year, I think 2012, I wanted to play Baltimore and not Denver, the Patriots in the playoffs. And that was Jacoby Jones, the late great Jacoby Jones on that Hail Mary pass. And Baltimore ended up winning that game. And then they went on to beat the Patriots pretty badly in the postseason the following week. So I always, with that kind of stuff, I say be careful what you wish for, if teams start tanking the last game of the year, because I believe almost every one of these games for every team in the Power Fives is going to be important right down the stretch. You start tanking a game because, you might play, Florida State. You might be in a, see the first round bye. Forget about. Remember, there's first round byes this year as well. So every game's going to count. Winning the conference is going to be a big factor here as well, despite what the Rose Bowl thinks, which we'll get into that later on next hour. But I think it's a dangerous precedent to start tanking games. I really don't see that happening in college football. I just don't. All right, Angel, great job as always. 1 hour down and 2 more to go. As I said, coming up at the bottom of next hour, Bill Spiros. The Rose Bowl wackos are at it again. The Rose Bowl people have a very snotty attitude about them. It's like old Big Ten people. The Rose Bowl just can't embrace change at all. And I will tell you, Angel, and the rest of you, why that is, and a whole lot more. We've got the Red Sox report coming up at 8:15 this morning. As I said, Bill Spiros at 8:30, John Media Perel at 9:05. All part of the Pete Shepard Show here on a Wednesday on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The Pete Shepard Show. It's fun for the whole family, if it's dysfunctional.
Hey, welcome back. It's hour number 2 of the Pete Shepard Show, and I got a couple of texts. No, this is not a Miami Dolphins shirt, you numbnuts. Are you crazy? No. My shirt is all about the U, okay? Anytime you see a Miami anything, it will never, ever, ever, ever have anything to do with the Dolphins. Nothing. I don't hate them. I respect them, but they're a natural enemy of mine. So it is what it is. Tua still not signed, by the way. Still waiting patiently. But he's in camp. Everybody in the NFL has to report. Will be in action today in camp. We'll get some NFL sound this hour as well before we get to Bill Sparrows at the bottom of the hour. Red Sox report coming up in just a little bit. They finally got off the schneid last night. Lost like 3 games out of 5, 4 in a row. 3 out of 4, like 2 of them in extra innings. And last night they won 6-0 just out of the game. I did want to say before we get into more sound that for the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. It's Total Sports Prep. The staff combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them at info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. You see it right there on the screen. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep, the name says it all. And they do a great job. And we have some cuts from the Red Sox last night. Tyler O'Neill, just a torrid pace, hit some bombs last night in that win against the Rockies in Colorado. All right. You just heard from Ryan Day. You heard from Finey's response. I told you about the Rose Bowl. And if we could again, if I could impose upon you, Angel, on Pat McAfee's show, and this is again on NCAA football on ESPN. This is a funny cut. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th story down. Rose Bowl hopes optimistic each January 1st date, and Pat McAfee, J.J. Watt, talks about. Joins the Pat McAfee show yesterday and discussed why the Rose Bowl should serve as the site for the CFP National Championship every year, which I completely disagree with. So Rose Bowl officials are optimistic they'll be able to maintain the traditional January 1st date, the next iteration of the college football playoff in 2026 and beyond. But Rose Bowl Management Committee Chair Laura Farber told ESPN that on Tuesday. Is this Rose Bowl mentality because it's the quote unquote the granddaddy of them all. But you know what? I think a lot of people. I'm as big a traditionalist in sports as anything else. But Rose Bowl, man, you people got to overcome, adjust, and adapt. This is not the 60s, 70s, 80s anymore, or 90s. We have grown past. It's a great atmosphere. Respect it, but whatever. If the Rose Bowl is played and it doesn't pertain to a college football playoff game, which is going to, I don't believe it should have the national championship every year. There's still going to be a bowl game there every year. But anyway, here's J.J. Watt on Pat McAfee show yesterday.
All right. Can you see it?
I think so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
In such high regard. I just heard Stephen A. Smith yesterday say they should play the Rose Bowl in SoFi.
Oh.
Okay, that was what Stephen A. said yesterday. And
he did not say that.
Yes,
he did.
Because
strictly because of traffic.
Yeah, because it's impossible to get in and out of there, is what he was saying, which is very real after we experience it. Yeah. But that field, that stadium, the vibe, the temperature, it did feel
immaculate.
Big. You know, it felt big. You agree with that. You and Kirk Herbstreit both very loud right now.
1,000%. I mean, there is something about that.
That wasn't me. That just did.
Oh, let's try it again.
Hang on, because now of course, the commercial's
Well,
going
they may not. The commercial may not because you just ran it.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so let's try it again afterwards. But yeah, I totally disagree. I don't think most of the country gives a crap about where the national championship game is being played. I love the fact that it's here in Florida sometimes, or it's in Arizona. I mean, there's a lot of great places. It's going to rotate. They've said that from the beginning. These Rose Bowl people, a lot of them can't get out of their own way. And Laura Farber, the Rose Bowl Management Committee chair, says because we're the only bowl that has the date as part of our brand in the New Year's Six Bowls, it's really impressive for us and important for us. We don't know when there will be a long-form agreement. We're hopeful it will be done sooner rather than later, but that depends on when the college football playoff has everything ready to go. Okay, let's see if we can do this again.
Guard. I just heard Stephen A. Smith yesterday say they should play the Rose Bowl in SoFi.
Oh.
Okay, that was what Stephen A. said yesterday. And
He did not say that.
Yes, he
not
did.
say that.
Because strictly because of traffic.
Yeah, because it's impossible to get in and out of there, is what he was saying, which is very real after we experience it. Yeah. But that field, that stadium, the vibe, the temperature, it did feel
immaculate.
Big. You know, it felt big. You agree with that. You and Kirk Herbstreit both very loud right now.
1,000%. I mean, there is something about that place, about the stadium, about the sunset, about the mountains, the atmosphere, the vibe. Like, the game feels significantly bigger in that environment. Even the game that played right after it, the same significance to go to the national championship, phenomenal atmosphere, phenomenal game. The Superdome is an unbelievable place, and I know it was loud as hell in there. But it just doesn't feel the same when you're watching it. Like when you are watching the Rose Bowl, you remember that Vince Young game against the USC. You remember all those big moments. There's just something special about that place. And I think holding the national championship game there every single year would be very, very fitting for a game that is losing a lot of its, history and tradition in college football. Let's hold on to one thing.
And while that's all nice and fluffy sounding, I disagree. Have it there, rotate it. That commercial's playing again. It's going to rotate like everything else. Now, Farber, the Rose Bowl chair, said the game would also like to maintain its traditional kickoff time at 2 p.m. Pacific time, which is 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but we'll be flexible. Oh, thank you. There's been a push from the college football playoff leaders to take an equitable approach to how the New Year's Six Bowls will figure into the playoff moving forward, which has required a delicate balance to appease the Rose Bowl's request of maintaining some of its history. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what time that game is played. Was it going to interfere with the parade? Meanwhile, the Rose Bowl has acknowledged its game has changed along with the college football landscape on the playoff. What once was a historic partnership between the Big Ten and the Pac-12 is now the college football quarterfinal game in a 12-team field that will include a conference champion coming off a first-round bye against a winner from the first-round home games of the higher seed. The Rose Bowl will host a college football playoff quarterfinal game this season and in 2025 next year. But the sports format beyond that is undetermined. A new college football executive director, Rich Clark, told ESPN last week that college football playoff leaders are unlikely to make any major decisions about the future until after the season unfolds. Farber said that the current 12-team rotation were to continue. The other New Year's Six Bowls would have to pick up the semifinal games because the Rose Bowl would have a quarterfinal. So, look, eventually, I'm sorry, Rose Bowl people, but you're going to have to cave here. The bowls are going to rotate. They're going to rotate quarterfinal, semifinal, and the national championship game. Do you think people in Ohio State and Georgia give a damn where that game is faced? So say that ends up being the national championship. Somehow my Miami Hurricanes get eliminated from the field. But if that ever happens, do you really think, Angel, Ohio State, and anybody that's a college football fan, my man Tim, he's a Bulldog fan. All you guys out there who are rooting for your respective teams, do you really care where the national championship game is played? If it's in the Rose Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl in Miami, or the Big Ten Conference Media Week going on this week, in a dome, at the at Lucas Oil Stadium. I mean, I'd rather have the game be played outside. To be honest, I don't like games inside. But I mean, Atlanta, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. There's a lot of places that are going to wait till that stadium gets built in Nashville, Angel. I mean, that could be a possibility, although it could be a little chilly in January. But I believe there's going to be a dome on top of that. I think there's going to be a dome. But I'm sorry, that's the way it's going to be. I think most college football fans, especially if you're from the SEC or the ACC, do you really give a shit where you play that championship game? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, look, I'm all for tradition and rah, rah, rah and all that stuff, but I don't care what stadium hosts what, as long as the 12-team playoff, and it's going to expand to 16 probably in a couple of years, they're all going to get their shot at quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the national championship game. That doesn't bother me at all. At all. I don't know how you feel about it, Angel.
No, to me, it really doesn't make any difference whatsoever. And in my opinion, I'm the same way too, though. I like kind of the outside versus the inside, but I know once again, because the money that's spent, they're going to more than likely put it on the indoors. I'm trying to see here too, as you had mentioned, and I believe the Nissan Stadium, if I'm looking at it correctly, it looks like it is going to be, it looks like it is going to be domed. So it is going to be covered.
Yeah, because they're going to get a Super Bowl because of it. There's no doubt about it. It'll take 5 years, but they're going to, not only will they get a Super Bowl, they're going to get Final Four consideration, not consideration. They're going to get it, when that happens. So that's the beauty of it. And in Jacksonville, even though they're doing that big, huge billions of dollars renovation, it's not going to be domed. So yes, they will get another Super Bowl there. And as I've said earlier, hopefully it'll be better than it was in 2004 when they had it, because they simply were not ready. But we're a long ways away from that. Meanwhile, Angel, I'm going to ask you to stay on NCAA football again on ESPN. The second story down, I want you to hear from Stanford head coach Troy Taylor. He discusses what I talked about earlier, the travel schedule for Stanford and Cal. Now, Stanford hasn't won a bowl game. I think the last in a decade. They haven't won a bowl game or been to a bowl game for that matter in a decade. So really, really interesting. So here's when we get to it, Troy Taylor after the spot plays, but Troy Taylor, Stanford will adapt to the ACC or risk irrelevancy, according to Coach Troy Taylor. Really interesting stuff. And I'm sure that Southern Cal and UCLA now in the Big Ten kind of feel the same way as far as the travel schedule goes. Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Yep. Good.
We will turn back so our students can go to class. And, we have a pretty good plan. We're going to go out a day early. Then, on a Saturday game, we'll go out on Thursday. Fly in the evening and, hopefully get our players acclimated the next day. And then we pick up 3 hours, flying back to the West Coast. So, we've never done it before, back-to-back trips, but, there's harder things to do. Our guys do a great job of adjusting, and they'll balance, the two things of being a student and an athlete. And we'll make sure that we do great things in terms of larger plane when we travel and going out a day early.
Yep. And I'll give you an example. Not that hamburger example, but I'll give you another example of what he's talking about. Here's Stanford's schedule. Home against TCU, 10:30 on ESPN. That'll be on August 30th. Then home against Cal Poly FCS school at 7 o'clock. Then week 3. And it's a night game, so that kind of helps. But they have to travel to Syracuse. That's their first ACC game. I still can't believe Stanford, Syracuse. We're talking ACC football. Blows my mind. My mind is blown, Angel. That'll be on September 20th at 7:30 p.m. So they got 2 weeks in between Cal Poly and then having to fly to Syracuse. Unfortunately, 8 days after Syracuse, and I don't know if they're going to come home or not, I'm going to say no. They have to go to Clemson. They're at Clemson back-to-back weeks. September 20th, 7:30 at Syracuse on ESPN. Then they travel to Clemson, of all places, Death Valley, September 28th. Don't know what time or network it's going to be on, either be SEC or ACC network, to be determined. Then they get a break and get to come home and face Virginia Tech on the 5th. But then the week after that, Angel, they got to come back and go play at Notre Dame at 2:30 in the afternoon. See, that's the killer. It's like we always say about West Coast teams in the NFL, play 1 o'clock games. They don't usually do particularly well. So that's basic. That's 3 out of 4 weeks. They got to make a pretty significant trip. Then they're home to SMU, which is a powerful team. Then they're home against Wake Forest. And then they got to make a significant trip again to NC State. That's on November 2nd. Then they're home against Louisville. Then it gets a little easier travel-wise. Then they're at Cal down the road on November 23rd. And then at San Jose State. So the last 2 games, actually the last 3 games are at home, basically. Home against Louisville, then at least in California, and then at San Jose State. That is a brutal travel schedule for anybody. Back-to-back at Syracuse and Clemson. Good Lord. Then you get a break in between against a Virginia Tech team that's better than them. They play them at home. And then they have to go at Notre Dame. Wow. A 2:30 game. Now, the Clemson game could be in the afternoon as well, though that would be something. That would be really cruel, Angel. If they had to play at Syracuse at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, on the 20th of September, and then had to play an afternoon game at Clemson the following week, that would be brutal. I'm going to assume they're not going to fly back to California. But now you got to find a place to practice. Probably someplace in South Carolina or nearabouts. If you're going to play Clemson the next week, find someplace between Syracuse and Clemson where you can practice. I don't believe that they're going to fly back home. I can't see that happening. And then, Angel, if I look at California's schedule, the Bears. So they open at home against UC Davis, an FCS team. So that should be a win. And again, we're talking about no divisions anymore in college football. Everything is one. Then they have to go week 2 to go see Hugh Freeze and the Auburn Tigers. That's a pretty good trip. Then they are back home against San Diego State. So this is where I think it's brutal. They're home against San Diego State on the 14th. They play Auburn on September 7th. Then they play home at Auburn on September 7th. That's brutal enough. Then you're playing at home against San Diego State, on September 14th. The following week on the 21st, at Florida State. Another huge trip they're going to make at Florida State. Then they're home against the U, against my Hurricanes on October 5th. That would be a loss. And then, still a significant trip at Pittsburgh on the 12th. The next 2 weeks, they're home against NC State and Oregon State, respectively. Then they have to go to Wake Forest on the 8th of November. And then they're home against Syracuse, home against Stanford, and at SMU to end the season in Dallas on November 30th. Another tough schedule for the West Coast teams, and they'll make an adjustment. But boy, oh boy, those are that's a price you pay. They're going to get a lot more money. Obviously, the Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore, so you get what you pay for. You're in the top Power 5, big time Power 5 conference now. Not that the Pac-12 wasn't, but there is no more Pac-12. So the ACC is your next best option, and they're paying you a lot of money. The ACC wants more money to be spent. And I'm trying to find the cut from Dabo Swinney yesterday, or not yesterday, but he's going to speak tomorrow. I think he's the last person to speak at Media Day for the ACC. And I'm just trying to find something here, Angel, real quick, because he made that statement the other day. I want to say it was local radio. Uh, tu- 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 tu. Well, that was ACC. Well, that's something. Let me see. Angel, I hate to ask you to do this. If you could, NCAA football, and click over to Clemson if you can, and then scroll down. It's the third story. It's ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips talking about we'll fight to protect the ACC and its members. You have to click on the Clemson webpage from NCAA football, wherever you see a Clemson link. And then if you scroll down, you see the Commissioner Jim Phillips will fight to protect the ACC and its members. I saw the whole speech the other day. It was, very emotional, all that stuff. I don't know how much it means or what he actually can do. You see it, Angel, by chance?
Hang on.
Okay. And again, they're talking about Clemson, FSU, as long as it takes. I don't know why. Miami's kind of like, they never mentioned Miami for some reason. Miami, by the way, had some other great recruits coming in. Mario Cristobal has done it again. A couple of guys that he stole from LSU that would maybe have gone to LSU. Go. No, that's there you go. That's so. I appreciate it, Angel, what you're doing. This, like I said, we want to do as much video as we can on this show because that's what it's all about. The video platform is huge, and those of you listening on 102.9 The Game, we appreciate you. So whenever that's ready, Angel, fire away. This is Jim Phillips the other day. I'm fighting to protect the ACC and its members. Okay.
Crank up the volume. See, when you wanted to crank up, it doesn't want to. Come on, play nice. Play freaking nice. Goodness gracious.
Well, the cut's not played again.
No, hold on.
No, yeah.
He doesn't want to play nice. Go back.
We will fight to protect the ACC and our members for as long as it takes. We are confident in this league and that it will remain a premier conference in college athletics for the long-term future. These disputes continue to be extremely damaging, disruptive, and incredibly harmful to the league. Forceful moments deserve forceful support and leadership, and I don't know that I've changed at all other than I stand by everything I've said, and either you believe in what's been signed or you don't. This thing doesn't have to be evil. This thing doesn't have to be about hatred and all the other things that I think we all see kind of just free-flowing in our societies. It's important, and we've taken our stance, and we'll stay on that stance, but we'll do it in a very respectful way.
It's my job of the left. Yeah, okay. There is such ACC has such an envy about the SEC and the Big Ten. It's kind of funny. I understand it. They can talk about playing nicey nice and all that stuff, but the bottom line is probably in a few years the ACC will dissipate. It won't be there anymore. Running a little late, Angel. If you could scroll back to Total Sports Prep for the Red Sox highlights because there's a few of them.
All right. One thing is,
Yep.
Gas Pump Guy says, "Good morning, my brothers. Hope all is well."
Hey.
Good morning, Gas Pump Guy.
Absolutely. Good morning.
Been
And,
quite good.
thanks for checking in. So it's time now, Angel, for the Red Sox Report brought to you by Moynihan Lumber. Check out the complete line of Anderson windows and doors at any of their 3 locations in Beverly and North Reading, Massachusetts, along with Plastow, New Hampshire. If we could scroll down to cut number, let's go to cut number 1. Red Sox got it going in the top of the first inning. Rafi Devers got it going with an RBI double.
Shot toward the alley that is out there onto the grass. It's going to keep on rolling up against the wall. Here comes Duran. He is in to score. Devers into second with a double, and the Red Sox will take a 1-0 lead right away. His 63rd run batted in.
Block trying to get a sinker in on him right here. 91-mile-an-hour fastball. It just stayed more middle in. And Devers did a great job of driving that ball in the gap. Once that ball hits the gap, you know Duran was scoring.
Thanks to Nesson and Dave O'Brien. I think that was Will Miller Brooks doing the color commentating. If we could go to cut number 3, Tyler O'Neill kept it going in the top of the first inning for the Red Sox.
Something like that. They have been for years. They don't throw at people. Fly ball center field. Doyle going back. He's backing up. He's all the way to the wall. She is gone. Home run, Tyler O'Neill. A 2-run shot. And the Sox jump in front 3-0.
Again, thanks to the call on Nesson. After that, you don't have to play this cut. Rob Frazier's had a 2-run double in the top of the second, made it 5-0 Red Sox. And then in the top of the third, Tyler O'Neill struck again with this bomb.
Healthy to get better and help.
Watch this one go. Tio got another one. Way back there. That's bouncing around on the concourse. His second home run tonight.
465 feet. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. Final score, Red Sox 6, Colorado nothing. Again, Tyler O'Neill homered twice, and Cooper Criswell pitched outstanding. 7 shutout innings. Red Sox beat the Rockies 6-0 in Denver. They snapped their 4-game streak. And everybody else that had to lose lost. So Kansas City lost last night as well. As we're going through it, the Red Sox have now cut the lead. They're just 1 game behind the Royals for the final wild card spot. They did have a 2-game lead going into the All-Star break, but unfortunately lost a couple of heartbreakers to the Dodgers, and then lost a heartbreaker 2 nights ago in the opening game to Colorado. But Arizona beat Kansas City 6-2 yesterday. Going down the scoreboard here real quick. Texas over the White Sox 3-2. Milwaukee over the Cubs 1-0. Miami over Baltimore 6-3. San Diego blanked Washington 4-0. Mets over the Yankees 3-2. Tampa Bay over Toronto 4-2. Cleveland got by Detroit 5-4. St. Louis over Pittsburgh 2-1. Cincinnati and Atlanta postponed. Phillies blanked Minnesota 3-0. And Angels beat Seattle by a score of 5-1. Oakland over Houston 8-2. Dodgers beat San Francisco 5-2. All right, quick break, Angel, and then coming up, again, the Red Sox Report was brought to you by the Moynihan Lumber. Check out their complete line of Anderson windows and doors at any of their 3 locations in Beverly, North Reading, Mass., and Plastow, New Hampshire. Bill Sparrow is coming up next from the Boston Herald and senior betting analyst from Bookies.com right here on the Pete Shepard Show on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastow, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTB.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You want the best in sports and entertainment? You got it. Now back to the Pete Shepherd Show.
All right, back here. It is the Pete Shepherd Show here on this Wednesday, July 24th. It is also the anniversary, which I will play later on this morning, of Jason Varitek and A-Rod going at it back in the day. People always thought that sparked the Red Sox to their first World Series win. Okay, it had something to do with it. I believe in the 11 games after that, I think they were 5-6. So then they went on a little mini run, big time run at the end of the season. But a lot of people go back to that. It's something that it's one of those like Larry Bird, Dr. J moments you see where they each have each other by the throat. Both of them, Dr. J and Larry, refused to sign that picture. And Jason Varitek's the same way. He wanted nothing to do with that picture with A-Rod. I mean, everybody has seen it. It's hung up in so many sports bars, even down here. Our friends on Lansdowne Street have a big picture of it here in Southwest Florida, a great sports bar there. But anyway, we'll talk about that and more. Bill Sparrow's joining us from the Boston Herald, great columnist and also senior betting analyst at bookies.com. Bill, good morning. I played the video already, not that, but of the breached whale. Oh, my God. And from what I'm hearing, the captain of the ship made a bad mistake of going to where the whale was feeding. Not only that, but also had a baby, a calf, as they say, with it. But that was an unbelievable video. And then I saw your post. The kid, how old was the kid? 16, who took it? Who took the video? But that was unbelievable.
Yeah. 1,100 men went into the water. 300 came out. Never wearing a life jacket again.
Oh my God! They're all the bomb. Of course, they're doing talking about the Indianapolis back there from Jaws. what's his name? God, how can it not be?
Robert Shaw.
Robert Shaw, who was drunk the entire time, basically, so much so that
yeah.
Spielberg,
I saw the play with his son. I liked it a lot. It was really cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his son did a play with.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was called "We Need a Bigger Boat" or something. It was on like Broadway. It was on Broadway for a few months, and I actually caught it last fall when I went to New York. It was neat because Robert Shaw's son played Robert Shaw, of course, and then at the end of the play, he does the whole Indianapolis monologue, and it was really scary because he looked and sounded just like his dad.
That's something. Yeah, and when you look,
America's broken. That's right.
Yeah, when you look at the backstory, it's on one time. Sometimes you see it on Discovery. Any of the channels will show the. It's a 2-hour documentary on the making of Jaws and everything else. It is one of the most fascinating behind-the-scenes stuff that you could possibly see. All the stuff that was going on from being at Martha's Vineyard and people there being upset to all the drugs and booze.
Yeah, and they're making Jaws. They're making Jaws 16 this year, and it's when the windmill blades come to life and the fiberglass just slices everybody up on the beach.
Yeah, so tell me, I saw, my buddy Jerry Thornton from Barstool was on a couple of weeks ago, and I forgot to bring it up with him, but that was a thing, huh? One of the windmills shattered, and there were shards all over the beach.
Yeah, the turbine kind of blew up, and it being fiberglass, and I'm sure when it hit the water, it kind of exploded. So there's still pieces of fiberglass wind turbine washing up on the South Shore in Nantucket. So Belichick, obviously, you got to be careful. When his girlfriend is out there swimming with her little water wings, she might get scratched.
No, that's terrible.
Fiberglass. Well, she gets to stay up till 10 o'clock in the summer. So
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, she can drive. You got to be home by 11 because you can't drive after. Well, I didn't get a chance
because when they moved in together, he had to redo his cable, and he had to get Cartoon Network, Disney, Boomerang, all the kids channels. He hadn't had those for a while.
Oh man. Well, thanks. I appreciate you coming on this morning, Bill. I didn't get a chance to read your column yet. All I know is you tweeted out an hour ago, even though the Red Sox finally won last night, John Henry is still having a very good week. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
They came out of the gate. Yeah.
Banner week for the Henry Pizzuti clan. Sleepy Joe tapped out. Obviously, the Globe had editorialized that. Xander Schauffele picking up a big win.
Yeah.
In the Open Championship, but the Red Sox, stumble out of the break and drop 4 straight, fall out of the playoffs. So all in all, a good week for the good.
Well, they're back to one game out. Everybody lost last night. They needed to lose, so they're only a game behind again, but still remains up in the air of exactly what they're going to do when the.
I think we know what they're going to do. I mean, they're going to
they're going to stand pat. They're going to do nothing.
They're going to do nothing, and why? It always struck me, and I noted this in the column, and I know others have said this, but, sometimes people come to the same conclusion independently. Why haven't they done anything already? Why do they have to wait till the trade deadline? Why not make a deal now, especially, when their ace apparently, can't go to Colorado? Hell, I lived in Denver for 2 years. It was fun. I was in great shape by the time we moved. So apparently this guy can't pitch at altitude. So, why not make a move to shore up your team coming out of the break? Why? What is this wait till the trade deadline thing? I never quite understood that.
If Dave Dombrowski was still here and not in Philadelphia, they would have done a deal.
Well, exactly. Well, the whole point is that it has nothing to do with the trade deadline. It has nothing to do with prospects.
Yeah.
They're not going to spend any more money. That's the bottom line. So people can say, and we've, this has been the narrative since he left, since 2019. Every year it's like, oh, which prospect they're going to keep? It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all a cheap fake. All right. It has everything to do with the team having a budget. And again, I'm not sure John Henry even knows that he has a baseball team anymore. He won't talk about it. I mean, they point blanked him at the Globe, and he said, I don't want to talk about the baseball team, maybe because he forgot about it. So, I don't know if he knows that he has a baseball team, what its situation is, but I do know that he set a budget for it. And whatever that budget is, they're not going over it. So whatever moves they're going to make have to be done within the restraints of that budget. So if you want to pick up a big bat or a veteran pitcher that might shore up your staff, they're not going to pick up the salary to go along with it. So any deals they make are going to have to be salary neutral. So they're really not going to be able to make any deals because teams that want to trade want to dump salary. And the Red Sox, I don't think, are in a position or willing to do that. So it's funny, like everybody, oh, no, we got to keep this guy that no one's ever heard of, that guy that's never going to make the majors. But it's painfully obvious that I'm sure they're happy with the team winning, but it's also an inconvenience. And what about the manager? I'm not an Alex Cora guy, but I will give him credit. Maybe he's cheating again this year and we don't know it. But he's done a really good job with this team.
He's done a great job.
The players love him. They're playing their ass off for this guy. I think the fans mostly like him. I mean, the media, oh my God. You think the Kamala Harris coverage is something. Jesus, it's like core every day. So why haven't they extended this guy? Why did they let him go into the season without a contract extension?
Well, I not getting inside, doing my, Vulcan mind meld into Alex Cora's head. He may not want to come back if they don't do the right thing here and try to go for it. He may be pissed and say, screw this. I'll catch on with another team. He's on the job tomorrow.
I agree with you until there's a certain point where the money overwhelms that. And,
true.
And they could say, look, we want to build with you and in the GM, but they didn't do that, which again, to my point, I know that, there aren't odds up on this yet, but if I could bet on where Alex Cora is going to be next year, I would invest heavily in the Bronx. I think the Yankees really have to make it to the World Series this year, or Hal Steinbrenner is going to blow it up. I think he might blow it up anyway. And I'm sure the Yankees would sort of say to Cora, whatever job you want, GM, player, GM, they're going to offer him like whatever he wants to go there for a lot of reasons. Because I think, again, I go back to the players. The players love this guy.
Yeah.
And in any organization, and we'll get to this point in the fall with Belichick when the Cowboys are like 5-7. But the players want to play for a coach who they think can make them better, right? That's why people will bitch about Belichick, but he made you a better player. So they're
Absolutely.
like, I put up with him because he's making us better. And I think they feel the same way with Alex Cora. He's going to make you a better player than you are right now. And again, if you're a Latin ball player, I think there's an even extra level of connection with him. And it's an intangible thing that you can't really quantify. But he's doing that with the Red Sox this year. So, I want to go on the record. I've been a critic of his for a lot of reasons, but I give him all the credit in the world for the job that he's done this year. But of course, it's July. The pitching, we're seeing it now. The pitching, the arms are going to start to fall off. In the bullpen, they're already falling off. As long as you can get to the 6th or 7th inning with a sizable leader, at least until last week, the Red Sox seem to be okay. But, that's starting to crack a little bit. The bullpen's starting to crack because, like he does, he's using them, too much. So, we'll see where things are in a few weeks. But I don't see the Red Sox investing any more in this particular product, this asset, in the words of John Henry. He said the Red Sox are an asset, right? He said that. So, we're going to view them like any other asset. You put in money, you expect a certain return. And they'll be selling out Fenway all summer. But, I posted today, my son sent me a note. There's 270,000 unsold tickets for the Olympics. And in France, you have to resell at face value. It's against the law to scalp. And so I'm thinking that's going to be like Fenway Park. If they have like 10 or 15 home games, there's going to be about 270,000 unsold tickets in September at Fenway. And that place is going to look like a graveyard because this pitching staff as constituted and this lineup as constituted is not going to be able to hang in there for another 40 or 50 games.
Well, unless they get Criswell pitching like that. I mean, I don't. The problem is.
Yeah, but the Rockies are like a double-A team.
Oh, I know. And they look. overall, they probably this year they've beaten a lot of the good teams in those series, and some of the weaker teams they've struggled. But lately, look, they still have one of the best records in baseball since June 12th. I agree. This is looking a lot like a better version of the movie Major League, where the owner wants to lose and blah, blah, blah. We're not there. We're not quite there yet. But again, I wish just Breslow and Kennedy would come out and just say something like, we're trying to do what's best for this team, but our hands are freaking tied because the owner won't let us do what we need to do. Somebody has got to come out and reveal all of this. Somebody has to come out and just point it out. All right. So
that's why
Bledsoe, you lose your job, Bledsoe, because the owner won't back you. Well, go find another job then.
Well, I would say a couple of things to that. A, I am pointing that out. B, Sam, and I love Sam.
Yeah.
We have an open line of communication, but he's also an owner. He has equity in the team. And Craig Breslow knew what he was getting into. By the time they got to him in the interview process, there were like no more coffee and donuts in the interview room because like 14 people had already come through the door and like rejected the job. So he knew what he was getting into when he signed up for this. I'm sure he's paid well. Sam has been handsomely rewarded. As I give him, hey, look, if I was in his position, I'd do the same thing. I'd take the cash. So, you're never going to get that because they're part of it. Sam is part of ownership. And so that's kind of why you have people like me and Dan Shaughnessy, to his everlasting credit as well. And, it's tough for him to, he's ripping his boss and he's done that, but he can only go so far. I can go all the way and mention the L word, which, I think is not talked enough in this equation, that being Linda. So, I think there's a lot there in terms of...
Well, let's stop right there, Bob, and explain that.
We have to ask ourselves, how much of an influence is she having in all this?
Why should she have any?
Pete, I'm asking the question.
Okay.
It's my job.
I'm not yelling at you. I know. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I'm saying out loud, not yelling at in general. Like, why does she? I'm sure Red Sox fans are saying, why does Linda Pizzuti have a say in anything?
Because it's the same way that Meghan Markle has a say, or
that's a little. She doesn't own a baseball team.
She owns a major stake in Fenway Sports Group.
Yes,
and once, who knows? I mean, John, God bless him. I'm sure he has healthy DNA, but he is 73. So you always have to, think about succession, right? That's why the monarchies lasted in England for so long, because they always have the succession plan figured out. What is the plan of succession for Fenway Sports Group and the Red Sox? I don't know that. I'd love to know it. I've asked. They aren't talking to me. So you do have to ask yourself, what influence is she having in these decision makers? I mean, you read that story in the Financial Times and, it's about a partnership and all that. So I can only base my opinion on what I know. I don't, when she says or he says, there's a partnership and she's supportive and all that, he's done a good job of keeping her occupied. I will say that. She runs the Globe lock, stock, and barrel. I don't even know if Henry remembers that he runs a newspaper, but she runs the show there. I know that definitively, 100% confirmed. I put my reputation on it. She calls the shots. And so she makes the major decisions there, and that keeps her occupied, along with her other cultural endeavors. But, you do have to wonder if and when she's going to start to have a say in how these sports groups are operated. I think in the sense of Henry, and again, I'm going based on what he said and what she said about him. She used the phrase, I'm paraphrasing, something to like, oh, he likes to move on to like new adventures. And of course, I dropped in, that's the way that's the way his first two wives felt. He likes to move on to new adventures. So I think for Henry, it's like, okay, baseball, I'm done with it. Now I'm going to try to save golf. And then when he's done with that, he's going to try to save something else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But but every time he moves on to something, there's something in the wake, right? And the Liverpool fans feel the same way, and I'm sure the Penguins fans feel even worse. I mean, they're like the redheaded fourth middle child in all this. They're like, what about us? So where do the Red Sox fit in all that, and who is determining? I think Sam has a huge say in what the Red Sox do to a point. I don't think he has the say in terms of what the number's going to be. I think he has a say in pretty much everything up to the number. I'm sure he was the one that pushed like hell for them to sign Devers, and probably pushed like hell for them to lock up Rafaela, who they believe in, and he's sort of won me over this year as well. So
he's been awesome. Yeah,
I think Sam is the one that is pushing to the limit. But he's not in a position to be setting that limit. I'm sure he's arguing for it. I mean, he's one of us. He grew up in Brookline.
Yeah.
He played high school ball with you. I mean, he's one of us. And I've talked to him enough and I believe that. So I don't really take it personally when he is, doing his job. And his job is to say, we're doing everything possible to win, which in a sense is true. They're doing everything possible to win within the framework. Within this little space here, right? This little square.
Yeah.
I'm in the little square, and there's only I'm doing everything possible in the little square. Oh, by the way, I fully right there. I got all 13 hats now, Pete. All 13.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. I'm doing everything I can in my little square, but the problem is it's the square. I can't do anything outside the square. The Red Sox can't do anything outside the square. So Sam and Breslow are going to the end of the square, but they're not going outside the square.
Well, we are going to find out a lot. I'm going to put a date here of August 23rd when they're home against Arizona, because the schedule coming up is absolutely brutal. Now, again, they've done very well against good teams. After this Colorado game tonight, which after this afternoon, I should say, which at 3:10, by the way. So the afternoon drive shows don't have to work. They got 3 with the Yankees at Fenway, a 6-game homestand, 3 with the Yankees, and then Seattle at Fenway. Then they're on the road for 3 against Texas, and then 3 at Kansas City, back home for 3 against Houston, who's been rolling, back home against the defending world champion Texas Rangers, and then a 4-game series at Baltimore, August 15th through the 18th, then at Houston. They finished a 7-game road trip at Houston with 3. So we're going to know if they can go 500 during that stretch. That'll be something. They'll probably still be in the hunt for those 16 games. And they're back home against Arizona August 23rd. That is a brutal schedule coming up for them. And if they don't make any moves, first of all, there's going to be a coup from fans. They're going to be outraged. And whether they listen to them or not on the sports talk shows or shows like this, I just don't think they care anymore. I used to think they cared about that stuff. I did, because I know for a fact that we had stories back in the day. And most of these teams have the flagship station on in their front office. They say they don't listen, but they all do. But in this case right now, I don't think John Henry gives a damn anymore. I just don't. I think
he doesn't. I mean, he look, again, I go back to his words. The Red Sox are an asset. If you have a retirement fund or savings or a house, that's the same way he views the Red Sox. So if you have a retirement fund and you're taking your money out of the S&P 500 and putting it into a stock, or maybe you're selling your house and you're moving, that's the way he views the Red Sox. They're an asset. So whatever emotional attachment I think he had with this team is gone, because he's sort of run the emotional, it's like any other relationship. He's on the team for 20 something years, I think 22 years now. So most 22-year relationships sort of run their course, kind of like what it did with Belichick and Kraft, 22 years is a long time. So I think in Henry's mind, he's sort of run his course with the Red Sox. And the fact that, he point blanked his own reporter and said, I don't want to talk about baseball. That to me was the tip.
I agree.
That was the trigger. That was the trigger that, well, again, he cares about them in the sense of they're delivering a return of X on the investment of Y. So as long as the Red Sox continue to deliver that return, and then Henry also said he doesn't like to sell assets. And there is a mentality to that because there are people who like to amass things. Mm-hmm. They want to own a lot of things. And maybe what they own isn't quite as good as it used to be. But to give that up might be seen as a sign of failure, even though he could get a massive return on it. He could sell the Red Sox. Frankly, I think if you're throwing in Fenway Park in the deal, you're looking at $5 billion.
Yeah,
without question. Because
what if he sells the Red Sox, Bill, and then buys the Celtics?
That would be awful, because then he would destroy 2 franchises in the 5 or 10 years following 2018 instead of 1. Oh, he would be a terrible owner, because again, he would be wedded to the luxury tax threshold. He would never pay the luxury tax. Wick was happy to pay the luxury tax because it wasn't his money. It was the family money. But Wick also knew, and the Celtics also knew, that by investing in the product, they added value to it. The Celtics are valuable right now because they have this core locked up for 4 years. So if you buy the Celtics, you're going to pay a lot of money for a team that doesn't even have an arena. But you have a core of players, of good players that just won a championship. They have Porzingis for another year.
And they're all back.
You have a solid core of players and a freaking great general manager and a really good coach who, again, winning me over like Alex Cora.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So you're buying something of worth. And again, you can get, you grease enough people, contribute to the right, you can get that arena in the Seaport. You can get that done. I think if you come in as a white knight and you spend money, you can get popular support to do that, even though the state's not going to pay for it, like we talked about with the Revs.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're building the Seaport, you have infrastructure and transportation right there. So you're buying the Celtics, but you're buying Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Derek White, my God, Sam Hauser.
Everybody's back.
You're getting another year of Porzingis, another year of Horford, and then you're going to have freedom to bring in bigs when those guys are no longer viable to shore up your core. So you're getting something of real value if you buy the Celtics. Plus, you're buying the Celtics, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one Celtics.
Yeah.
There's only one Celtics. I got the band. I got the pictures. Hats.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
There's only one Celtics. So and same with the Red Sox. There's only one Red Sox. There's only one Yankees. But, you look at some of these other teams, the Utah Jazz, the Dallas, there's 15 teams like that. They're all the same.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you're buying the Celtics, you're buying the Red Sox, you're buying the cachet of that brand and of that history.
Gotcha, Bill. This was so great. Always love the conversation with you. Bill Sparrow, senior betting analyst at bookies.com and great columnist for the Boston Herald. Check out his stuff today. And we'll do this again next week, right around the trading deadline. And I hope we're proven wrong, but we'll see. But Bill, thanks.
Hey, look, I'm happy to admit when I was wrong or when I've been won over. I was won over by Joe Mazzulla. I've been won over by Alex Cora, even though I was never a big fan of either. I hope I'm wrong with the Red Sox, but at this point, they've provided me with no evidence to the contrary. And again, I'm sort of in a position where I have to, I can bleep post on Twitter, but I have to sort of have informed opinions when they're paying me to write that.
Absolutely.
So I try my best to do that.
And you do it great. And thank you so much. And let's do this again next week, my friend. All the best.
No, hey, Olympics, man, start Friday. I know everybody is so jacked up.
Well, now that
no one in the world knows that the Olympics start in 2 days. You know what I mean?
Now that Snoop Dogg is going to be one of the torch carriers, no, I'm definitely in.
I just want to know the size of the joint that he's going to have carrying the Olympic torch. It's got to be
going to light it like this,
like 6 feet. Like he's going to carry like the biggest doob ever. And he's got to light it with the Olympic torch. Maybe what they'll do is he'll have just like a 12-foot bowl.
Yeah.
And he'll light that with the torch.
Unbelievable. All right, Bill, let's talk next week. We'll look forward to the Olympics in a couple of days.
Okay, Pete. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. All right. Quick break here, Angel. John Meadapro going to join us momentarily. We'll talk some ACC football. It's all part of the Pete Shepherd Show here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You're listening to The Pete Shepherd Show.
Back hour number 3, third and final hour today, the Pete Shepherd Show. Angel just sent you a text. Meter has lost a link, so if you could send it to
Give me a second. I'm going to work on that. And as I do that, real quick as well, excuse me, goodness gracious. Some quick breaking news here for the Penguin AZ. I'll get to the breaking news in a second. Penguin AZ says, good morning, Pete. Healing and comfort vibes to the Shepherd Familia.
Thank you very much. And yeah, it's just, yeah, I appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody, the support, thoughts and prayers for, my nearly 14-year-old Scotty Terrier Chara. This is going to be the last day with us. We've been talking throughout the breaks, everything with my wife and I. So it's just, it's time. It can't, it just is. It's time. And she's going to have one last, hopefully, big burger meal at this place in Naples, Rusty's, that we go to. She's been a frequent guest there many times because the veterinary hospital is right next door over there at Animal Oasis, and they do a wonderful job. So she's going to be, one last big meal, and then if she can even do that, she loves her burgers from there. And then next door we go, and it's unfortunate. I've already shed all the tears and screamed and everything else. So I've come to terms with it. I'm sure, I'll be a little bit of a mess later on this afternoon when we actually do it. But I just know that we gave her a great life. We gave her a great life. So it is what it is. It's
as you say that, and I don't mean to cut you off, but the more you mention it, and even though I didn't get to know obviously Chara as long as you guys did, but it's sad because I've mentioned yesterday on the show as well that a lot of people don't have kids, right? And so like I got my best friend Scott never wanted to have kids. He just like I'm not built to be a parent, so he's had animals himself. He just recently got married, which is nice, so now he acquired 2 stepdaughters. But the same thing, he never wanted to have a human person to take care of. So he was able to get a dog, and he gave it away years ago. But it's the same way. I mean, a lot of people have animals as pets, and they want to make sure that they do right by said pet. But as you mention it, you get a little choked up because, again, beautiful little dog. She is just full of life.
She loves people. She loves people, and she loved other dogs for a long time as well. But she had, I told you, it was a big dog a few years ago that broke through its cage and bit her pretty good on the back. And she was never the same around, most other dogs after that. But she always loved people. That's the way we raised her. She wasn't typical Scotty or terriers who just, bond with just mommy and daddy. Obviously, she did that with us, but she just loved other people. Never, ever stopped loving people. Never bit anybody. Maybe a shoe once in a while, because she was still, even till a few weeks ago, you're a stranger coming in, she will go for something about the shoe. She still went for the shoe, but after a quick, hey, stop it, she'd be fine. But she lived a wonderful life, and it'll be very emotional later on this afternoon, but I've been preparing myself for it now the last 3 days, and it's just watching her this morning and go off into the corner, and you can just see it. The veterinary people, not only at Animal Oasis, but I want to give them the shout out properly. Their name. For those of you up in a Florida Veterinary Referral Center in Estero and Coconut Point. Can't say enough about them, and can't say enough about Animal Oasis Veterinary Hospital in Naples. They have been so good to us over the years with all the surgeries and the stuff that she has had to go through, from getting her left eye removed a few years ago because of severe glaucoma, to a couple of tumors removed on her paw, on her nose, her spleen removed about 1.5 years ago. So I can't say enough about what she's gone through. And she has pulled through. She has been a trooper, but she has a gigantic tumor on her bladder, and her liver is gone basically, and she has no platelets. So tough to fight off any infection. She's still trying to hang in there like a trooper, but now it's just a blank stare, and some other couple of gross things that I'm not going to mention, obviously, but we're doing the best we can. So we're going to take her after the show, or late when my wife gets out of work today around 3, take her down to Rusty's for one last big burger, and then we'll be with her, and that'll be it. That'll be it. But that's all I can say. So I want to thank everybody again. We had neighbors, this young, nice mom, and I didn't get to officially meet her, but knocked on the door last night with her 2 young girls, and they brought flowers and some trinkets and a dog magnet and everything else, and just said, "We heard you're having trouble with your dog. We wanted to come and comfort you." So I don't know if they saw my Facebook post or heard it from other great neighbors that we have around here, but that was extremely thoughtful for them to do that. I mean, just absolutely out of the blue. Had never met them before, so that was pretty cool. So thanks everybody for their thoughts and prayers and well wishes, and it is much appreciated. Believe me, by both of us. It's it's part of life. So we move on.
We got some, by the way, Meter should be receiving the email. So if you want to shoot him a text, but some breaking programming news here as you guys.
Yes.
Talking Hoops is on tonight at 8 p.m. We appreciate everyone who's going to be tuning in tonight at 8 o'clock with the crew. Coach Johnson, Coach Mack, Ron Briscoe, and now confirmed that we will have our NBA analyst, former professional basketball player, to this day he still plays, D1 coach, radio show host, the OG number 21 Hurricanes legend, also from the Miami Heat team. Darius Rice is joining the network as our NBA analyst. So when the season rolls around, we'll be getting more and more talk within Darius Rice. So he'll be breaking down some NBA talk here as when the season kicks back off. But he is now officially part here of the Coastal Sports Network.
That's awesome. Angel, got to send it again. He said he didn't get it.
Okay. All right. Let me do it again.
Yep.
I do.
You got his email, bcbroadcaster11.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't read it out.
That's all right. So it's public.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Some people get a little bit,
No, that's why I mentioned it. No.
Okay.
Inundate him with take a bow. Oh man. Thanks, Penguin AZ. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to talking to Meter. I don't think he's in Charlotte. I can't remember if he told me he was in Charlotte or not for ACC week. Media week continues. But that and the Big Ten media weeks are ongoing. It's going to get his thoughts about everything. It's going to be a lot of fun. And he does also the Billy O'Brien podcast, which has been incredible. If you haven't listened to it, it's really, really good stuff. And of course, Angel, you mentioned the programming that we have on this network now, which is absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. So if you check out Meter's site, which is at Meets Tweets, you can see you BC fans out there, or just ACC fans. The Bill O'Brien podcast with John Meter Perel just was released a couple of days ago. And with that, we say good morning to the one and only John Meter Perel, BC broadcaster, professor extraordinaire. You hear him doing it on ACC and ESPN, college hoops and baseball as well. Good morning, Meter. How are you? Good morning, Meter. How are you? Can't hear him. Is your mic turned off or on? All right. All right. Watch as he looks down at his text at any second now. I think he's. Yeah. All right. Well, with my new super duper Ethernet, we don't have that problem here anymore. All right. Let's see. There it is. I think we finally have him. John Meter Perel. I just gave all your accolades. Good morning, sir. How are you?
What's up, Pete? What technical issues? Must be the internet.
No, just a refresh. That's all. Quick refresh on your end. That did it.
I'm going to blame that airplane shutdown on you guys.
Oh, please. What, from last week?
Yeah.
It wasn't just airplanes. It was all ESPN couldn't get on the goddamn air. What are you talking about?
Oh, it was awful. It was awful.
Did it affect you in your classes or whatever?
No, it did not. But I just commiserated with those that were stuck at airports.
I know it was brutal, absolutely brutal. Anyway, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Pete. You know, it's almost football season. What are we, 32 days away now? Started college football, and I am not in Charlotte, but I am there in spirit. BC takes the podium today. I think it's been fun the last couple of days. Of course,
Your mic's cutting in and out. Your mic's cutting in and out. Is there? I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Yeah. So you're not in Charlotte. You're there in spirit. Billy O'Brien going to speak today, along with a couple of players, I'm sure. Looking forward to that. But before we get into that, I want to ask, your thoughts about what Jim. Let's start with Commissioner Jim Phillips in the ACC. I watched the whole press conference the other day. What'd you think of his rah-rah speech? It was a good speech and everything, but in the grand scheme of things, your thoughts and what does it really mean?
Well, it's just good preseason talk. It's good. It's good. Let's build up the conference talk as well. He should. That's his job. I like the fact he gave a little shot to Clemson and Florida State for their shenanigans behind the scenes. It's kind of standard Commissioner pablum, which is fine. He did point out, which is true, that they have the toughest non-conference schedule of any of the conferences. And if you go through every schedule, you'll see that there's not that many softies. I think there's a few in there. Obviously, each team has a pillow game. You and I have talked about that. But, I think the league is stronger than it's been in a long time with the addition of, Stanford team that's rebuilding, but Cal's pretty good. SMU's good. You got 17 teams, and I think you've heard this on the ACC network the last couple of days. Parity is here. It used to just be Clemson, and then it was Florida State with their renaissance, and now those two are clearly going to be at the top. But it's still anybody's ball game. It would not surprise me to see teams in Charlotte for the championship game that people will be like, "Oh, how'd they get there?" Well, they got there because they're really good.
Well, I'm expecting my Hurricanes to be. I'm not just saying that. I'm not just bullshitting or being fan. I expect Miami to be in the conference championship this year. They should be that good with the additions that they have. They got next year, on paper anyway, phenomenal recruiting class that Mario Cristobal has gotten up in the top 7 or 6 now, whatever it is. He just keeps getting some of the best players in the country to come that we're going to go to LSU or Florida State or wherever. So I am fully expecting Miami to be right there in the thick of it. Miami, Florida State, obviously Clemson, and that kind of thing. I will be so disappointed if they are not in the hunt for one of these playoff spots. It'll be awful, but I think they will. I think they will be. They got the talent. They should have it. I like Cam Ward. I think is going to fit in great with this offense, and we'll see. It's just as long as we don't take a knee against Georgia Tech, which they showed that play again the other night, which made me vomit.
That one's going to live in infamy. You'll be shook a long time. That's going to be like Flutie's pass in '84. But I think, it all shapes up well for them on paper. How many times have we said that, though? We've been saying that for the last decade. They are better this year because their quarterback is dynamic. Ward clearly has put up amazing numbers. Last year, he was one of the best quarterbacks in the country. And you bring in Damian Martinez, no relation to Angel Martinez, but you bring in Damian Martinez out of Oregon State.
Yeah.
Top receivers in the country. Defensively, you got Bain on the edge, who's going to be a first-round pick. You got Mayanoa back at linebacker. You get a pretty good secondary. So, it all adds up. We could sit here for hours talking about
it
all adds up for them. It's the psychological aspect.
Your mic's cutting in and out again. I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Yeah. You might have to just move closer to the to it. I wanted to ask you too, and I'm so excited that we get to chat every week, and now with college football right here on the horizon. Dabo Swinney's comments, and I know he's speaking last tomorrow, but you heard his comments the other day. The one thing about the ACC is they really have, and because I'm a fan of the ACC, obviously I'm a fan of college football. I like the little petty arguments that go on. Dabo Sweeney basically called out the ACC network the other day and said, we need a fucking Paul Feinbaum type show on this network and get that kind of passion, fan base, with that kind of passion with callers. Otherwise, we are being fair or we are being mistreated. So again, ACC, SEC network owned by ESPN. It's the same platform. So I think, Meter, you should be the one to be having like a Feinbaum type show. And in all seriousness, I mean, I've been saying that for years. And only recently has the ACC network, they got together with their studio. They got their, big time studio thing going, like the SEC has done. But the SEC also has Marty and McGee on Saturdays. And the ACC, while having their own thing, it feels different. How serious is the ACC about really competing with the SEC network, in your opinion? And should they follow what Dabo Sweeney said, go after a show, a signature show like Feiney's is in the afternoon at 3 o'clock Eastern time on the SEC network?
Yeah, no. Yes, I'd be very interested in that. I think what his point is, he likes to spar. And a lot of guys in the ACC that are decision makers probably don't. I think they just kind of want to go with the flow and, everything's so rosy and everything's great. And, here we are and it's great to be here. And, we have a lot of parity in our conference this year. I think to Dabo's credit, he's an opinionated guy. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think the ACC clearly is committed to the network. I think ESPN's committed to the network. I don't think it's a resources thing. I think it's just something, maybe a rebranding, maybe a little bit of more of an edge. Studio shows are studio shows. I think Mark Packer does a good job with Taylor Tannenbaum. That shows a little bit more.
I should get that job.
I like Taylor. I think she's talented. I think she's raw. She's learning. It is what it is, Pete. I mean, I can't address that, but I can address the fact that I do like the fact that Sweeney was outspoken about it. And he brings up a good point. Why not? It's where we are at as a society in general in terms of our consuming media. ESPN clearly is familiar with that, with Stephen A. Smith and the success of that show. So,
well, let me stop you right there for a second, not to interrupt you. But when you mentioned Stephen A. Smith in a college football conversation, I laughed my ass off. It's embarrassing to hear him try to talk at any depth about anything. The Rose Bowl comments the other day, I think, are ridiculous. I'm so sick of the Rose Bowl snottyism of these people that won't adapt with the times and think that their granddaddy of them all moniker still applies today, and that's fine. I'm all for tradition and all that stuff, but the fact is, those bowl games are going to rotate between quarters, semis, and national championship games. I mean, they just got to get with the tide. But getting back to Stephen A., when he and Mad Dog are talking about college football, I just sit there and laugh. I laugh because they have no idea what they're talking about. Even the basic headlines that, most idiots can have a discussion about, they just miss the boat.
Yeah, well, they're not invested in it. They're casual viewers. I think the network knows that. They just like them to talk about it a little bit. That's not their, they'll stick with Herb Street and Pete Thamel for solid information. But it's okay. It's okay. There's room for everybody at the party. They like the fact. But my point is on Stephen A. Smith is, the ACC network had a louder forum, had a louder voice, had a more opinionated voice. I think that would probably be of benefit to Dabo's point.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And you're wondering if the ACC is going to listen. Then we have, the antitrust suits and all that stuff, and Florida State still in Clemson. I love the bickering. They never mentioned Miami, and Miami. Look, we all know. I don't think the ACC is going to have a conference in 5 years, Mita. I don't. I think that they will get that 8th team eventually, and then we'll move on. Personally, do I care where they play? No, but I'm a traditionalist like you are. It would be a shame if that conference, ever dies. I don't know. What's your gut feeling about the conference in 5 years?
Well, it all hinges on what you just mentioned: Clemson, Florida State. Does North Carolina follow suit? Does NC State follow suit? Is there a collapse of the traditional teams that built this conference. If they want to leave for greener pastures, then the conference is gone. So I don't know. I have a feeling that it will be around. I think the money's too big. I think the buyouts are too big. I think there's too many grandfathered clauses that are too big. You have to pay a lot of money, and presidents don't like to pay that nut.
But you'll get that back, though. You'll get that back eventually.
You do, but it's still a big hit for any president to write that check, and for any board of trustee, group to write a check. It's going to hit home. So 5 years, I think they'll be around. Whether it's a decade, who knows? Whether it's we're dealing with a 75 conference super conference of the top 75 schools. That's a distinct possibility. Maybe top 6.
But do you agree with me about the Rose Bowl snottyism? I mean, it used to be, we used to say it all the time, the Big Ten, Pac-12 mafia, when they were powerful, because the Rose Bowl was indeed, that had a lot of power. But things, and as the old song goes, times are changing. I'm just tired of the Rose Bowl people thinking that they're this be-all, end-all of and I even heard J.J. Watt yesterday, along with Stephen. They want the national championship held in Pasadena every year. That's bullshit. I think that 99% of college football fans do not care where the national championship game is held. They just don't. They'd like to see it at a reasonable time where it fits everybody around the country. But I like the fact that sometimes it might be in California or Arizona or Florida or a lot of other places. I hate to see it inside, but look, you got to factor in Atlanta, you got to factor in Jerry's World, all that. Those are all going to get to play. The new stadium in Nashville will come into play eventually as well. Does any football fan, besides the Rose Bowl snotty committee, do you think people around college football, the Power Fives, really care where the national championship game is held?
No. I love the Rose Bowl. I mean, I've always been.
We all love it, but I'm not listening there going, "Oh God, if the national championship game isn't there every year, I'm not going to watch."
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And look, we were all caught up. Those, people like you and I grew up in a generation of Keith Jackson at the Rose Bowl. Yeah. We were all caught up. We get caught up in what we were doing on January 1st, 1986, watching Chuck Long in Iowa.
That was awesome.
Those are the type of. It was something that you could easily attach yourself to. But no, I don't care. It's in Atlanta this year. Doesn't ring my bell. I'd love it to be in Foxborough. That will never happen because of the weather. But that would be an interesting wrinkle if they brought it to a Philly or a New York or a Foxborough or an NFL stadium in the Northeast. I doubt that will ever happen. But no, it doesn't matter as long as the games are there. As long as you get the 12-team playoff now, it's going to be awesome. I don't think the venue matters at all.
No, I don't either. Because the television money is there, and people are going to watch no matter what. Just a couple of quick things. John Meter-Perrell joining me here. I heard Stanford and Cal's coaches speak. We played the video earlier today. Stanford hasn't won a bowl game in a decade, I don't think, and Cal's been to one. I think did they win the Independence Bowl last year? I can't remember. They were in it, but these are two schools. I mean, it's still. You look at the standings, and God, you see them because we're in alphabetical order, and you see Cal after Boston College, and I look at Stanford's schedule, and here's where it can be really brutal. I mean, they start with TCU at home, and then Cal Poly, okay, but then back-to-back weeks, at Cuse and then at Clemson. I got to believe they're going to stay on the East Coast, right? They're not going to fly back to Palo Alto and then go back to Clemson, right? They'll stay in the East Coast, don't you think? And then they're home against Virginia Tech. And then the next week after that, they go to Notre Dame. And that's an afternoon game. At least the Syracuse game is at night. The Clemson game, I don't know what time that's going to be. But we know how NFL teams from the West Coast, and they have to play 1 o'clock games, don't usually do very well. But not only they come into a new conference, that three out of 4 weeks there at Syracuse, at Clemson, home against Tech, and then at Notre Dame, that is freaking brutal.
Yeah, especially for a team that's probably going to be picked last in the conference. It is a rigorous stretch, and that's certainly something they're going to have to deal with. I heard Ashton Daniels, their quarterback, talk about it this week. His word was it sucks. they know that they know it's a reality. They're not going to Oregon anymore. Good point on your part. They'll likely stay on the East Coast, although they do have those things called classes at Stanford, which they're supposed to attend.
Overrated.
But Zoom is a likely option there. Overrated, right? You're talking to a professor, Pete. Watch it. So,
well, not at yours, not at Boston College, the fine institution of higher learning.
Absolutely, a bastion of higher learning. But
yes,
I think one of those deals where it's Clemson at noon. I can guarantee you that they're not going to play that game at night. So they get back home and then they prepare for Virginia Tech. So, they'll travel in style. Every team travels well now. Every team has a charter. Every team, has whatever they need. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it is a grind.
No question. All right, Meter. Great stuff as always. So what's your schedule like? What's up? Billy O'Brien podcast doing awesome. He's had a couple. He's speaking today, right? He's good for a couple of chuckles.
Yeah, Bill's great. It's been terrific, Pete. We're getting really nice feedback. It's out every Monday on all the platforms, including Apple, including iHeart, including Odyssey. So check out the Bill O'Brien podcast. That will be out again on Monday. Bill is enlightening. He's learned a lot. He mentioned that on a prior podcast with me. He's learned a lot about dealing with the media since his time in Houston, where he had some issues. The writers had some issues with him, and you go back to his Hard Knock days. He said, that wasn't some of those moments weren't my finest, but I think he's definitely understood that the media is there as a conduit, and you can work with them. So I also have the Cape League All-Star game coming up, Pete, on NESN.
Oh, that's right. And the best amateur league on the planet, bar none, in any sport. Bar none, the Cape League is the best amateur league on the planet.
Yeah, and your friend Rob Bradford will be joining me in the booth.
Nice!
On Saturday night. So
nice.
Rob will have some good insight on the Red Sox trading deadline. But, looking forward to that. And then before you know it, here comes the season.
You better have some other filler coverage because I don't think there's going to be any trades for the Red Sox. It sounds nice and everything. I have no faith in John Henry taking the reins off of Breslow and Kennedy to allowing it to happen. I was just talking to Bill Sparrows from the Boston Herald, and I hope they prove us wrong. I really hope they do, because there'll be a lot of empty seats at Fenway at the end of the year if they don't.
I hope they do too. I mean, before last night, they hit the speed bump. Excruciating losses, 3 brutal.
Yes. Yep.
Out of the 4 that they lost. Yeah, go get yourself. I tweeted this last night. James Paxton's out there. He's just designated for assignment. Ty France, Seattle, is a bad year, but right back. He's out there. Go get those 2 guys. It's not going to cost you anything except a little money.
I don't know if John Henry's heart's in it. I hope you're right. But my guess is they're going to stand pat and do nothing. I hope I'm wrong. When we talk again next week, I hope I am wrong. Meter, awesome stuff. Have fun teaching this week, as always. Molding and sculpting young minds at the Heights. And you're the best, and we'll talk soon.
All right, Pete. You are as well. I like the Miami shirt. I'm just wondering if it is signed by – is it signed by Bernie Kosar? No.
Jim Kelly. Doesn't matter. There's so many great ones. I'm hoping Cam Ward will sign it soon. Anyway, we'll see. Bye, and thank you for the kind words about my dog. Really appreciate it.
Thinking of Shara, who I great moment.
She loved you. I don't know why, but she did.
She did, actually.
She did.
She sat on my lap a few times. I'm like,
she
man,
did.
This is the most lap sitting I've had in years.
It's not like it scores in Manhattan, right?
Oh man.
Less expensive too. She works for treats.
Yes.
All right, buddy. Take care. We'll talk soon. All the best.
All right, guys. Take care, Pete.
Right. Thanks a lot. All right, Angel. Quick, one more break, and then we'll come back and wrap up the show. So you have time to do. You're doing your show today as well, right? Martinez and Company from 10 a.m. to noon. I'm assuming. And okay. All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and wrap this up here. It is the Pete Shepard Show here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't spaz out because your team lost. Let Pete do it for you. Now, back to the Pete Shepherd Show.
Back here, final moments of the Pete Shepard Show here on this Hump Day Wednesday, July 24th. Angel, if I may impose upon you once again on my Twitter feed, because today is a happy anniversary. This is Veritek A-Rod Day. July 24, 2004, 20 years ago, my buddy Jerry Thornton posted this today, and it is the video, one of the few baseball brawls that are actually pretty good. And certainly in my lifetime, I have seen my share of Yankee and Red Sox brawls from 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It's happened a lot. But in case you missed it, this was a good one. Veritek and A-Rod back in July of 2004. Nesson with the call.
Sox yawning.
Alex Rodriguez is drilled, and he says something to Bronson Arroyo. And we know what he said. Here we go. Veritek and A-Rod going at it. Schilling is right in the middle of it. Now another fight off to the side. Millar is in it. Nixon is in it. Down to the right.
Everybody's in it.
Sure.
And it was Sturtz. That's who Millar and Nixon got into it with.
And it's Sturtz.
Pitcher. It's going to take forever to get this thing straightened out.
Well, Sturtz, the starting pitcher. And obviously both benches will be worn. The manager and the pitcher gone. Sturtz is bleeding from the left ear. In hockey, it's the two combatants. No one else is allowed into the fight.
That's Gabe Kapler.
Right.
Oh, big dude, buddy.
Kapler and Sturtz, I believe, were the two that splintered off. And then Nixon was involved in that fight. That's where my attention went after the initial fight was between Veritek and Alex Rodriguez.
Right. Veritek, I mean, you're trained to protect your pitcher, but Veritek appeared to have said something to Rodriguez. Rodriguez appeared to have said something to Veritek. Veritek kept it.
Yeah, that was one of the great ones. That's a baseball brawl. I mean, if you're gonna have, that pure, honest hatred. That was not obviously Ness. It was Fox and Joe Buck, and oh my God, I'm having a brain cramp. He's passed too. Anyway, Joe Buck with a call, and oh my God, jeez Louise, how could I forget his name? Anyway, I'm having a brain cramp. Anyway, you know who it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was something.
By the way, anybody who was reading the lips of A-Rod there, he was saying flowers.
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 Flowers you. Flowers you. Flowers my ass. And those were great ones. I also, back in the day when the Red Sox did get into scuffles back then, whether it was their fault or not, whatever. The only thing I do remember, especially in the 70s and 80s, Angel, I'm not sure if Jim Rice ever threw a punch. It might be in one of these brawls with the Yankees or some other team when it did happen. All I know is usually he was the peacemaker. And all he did, he would find the biggest guy and they'd be at the mound and he'd have his hands on him and just give you that stare. He wouldn't even blink. He wouldn't even move. But Jim Rice was so freaking powerful back in the day. Nobody messed with him at all. Not anywhere in the American League did anybody mess with him at all. He just grab you and give you that stare, and you turn to stone. There was just no way he was throwing punches. But that was a good one. That was good.
So does Boston own? I'm trying to think. As far as from the time I was born until now, I'm almost certain that the Red Sox, Yankees are probably close second, but I think the Red Sox own the most brawls ever on the diamond.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that stat. I really don't. I don't know that stat. I mean, for a few years, I had some good ones with Tampa Bay, especially Pedro Martinez.
Yep.
There's always seemed to be an issue. And so I don't know if it's the most ever. I really don't know. I don't know. It's been and see, we got to define brawl. I mean, actual brawl like that one, or is it just pussyfooting around, leaving the bench and that kind of thing, where a punch isn't even thrown? So I think there's the different types of baseball brawls. Most of them add up to nothing, but that was pure, good old fashioned hatred right there. It really was. So. Thanks for playing that. One quick NFL point, and I think O'Brien's going to join us tomorrow. But I just retweeted her. Doug Peterson, the head coach of the Jaguars, she says Doug Peterson says he plans to play starters weeks 1 and 3 of the preseason. It won't play 2 most likely after joint practices with the Bucs. Quote, they need to have that sense of urgency. They need to have game action. So that's something. Now, we'll see how many series they play. I don't know what that means. They're going to play the starters weeks 1 and 3. Okay, does that mean 1 series, 2 series, a quarter?
Nobody should.
Yeah, I think they should too, because it takes too long to get going.
Correct.
It takes you a month to get going, especially have new offensive linemen like most of these teams do. You need to gel. You need to gel.
I had mentioned it before that's what I need. Nick Sirianni didn't do it. And we saw it almost in week 1 how the Eagles could have collapsed because listen, whatever. Everybody, this whole thing with all the injuries, blah, blah. Hell, we already got an injured Eagle rookie that already possibly going to end up blowing out his hamstring, but he's going to start out on whatever is now non-dysfunctional injury report, whatever they call it anymore, because God forbid what we used to be called back in the day. But it's the same. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But I'm glad at least Dougie P's at least a coach, if anything, that says he'll put him in there in weeks 1 and weeks 3. Which is more interesting is that I also mentioned yesterday, I know because you were busy also with Char, rightfully so, was that the NFL now is really kind of heating up of week 18 talks.
I know. That's more. You should get into that today as well again. And the Players Association, I don't think is ever going to go for it. Unless there's drastic compensation, meaning money. Because I don't even know if I want it, to be honest. I'm always like more football, but I mean, it's all about money. That's all it's about. This is not about player safety or anything like that. This is strictly about cash, period.
Yeah, but if they switch it to flag football, then you won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, well, that's.
If you look at some of the reports over the weekend, they keep mentioning flag football for the NFL has become a bigger thing, right? Mostly because of the kids. I get it. I understand it. I think it's a great idea for them to be able to put these leagues together. You have the young lady that's from Mexico that she started her league out in the country and then came here, came here to America and now has really grown her league, her flag football league. But if you look at it, the Pro Bowl is already flag football. So why wouldn't the NFL, as much as they're trying to get away from all the massive injuries, I'm pretty sure it'll probably end up, I seriously doubt it within, the time that we're around, but I wouldn't be surprised in the future if they turn into flag football. And then
it's already an Olympic event. It's going to be an Olympic event, right?
Yep.
They're trying to make it. I saw the girls on the other day. I don't know what league it was on national TV. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I watched about 20 seconds and turned it. I got no interest in flag football. It's good for the kids. They have flag football championships, and that's great. Anytime you're outside as a child running around is good for me. But I got no interest in that nonsense. I know people are saying the NFL is headed in that direction, but God forbid. So Mia O'Brien definitely going to. I'm pretty sure she's going to join us tomorrow. I was going to have Catherine Tappan on, except for one thing, Angel. She's in Paris covering the Olympics. I was going to have her on, talk some Big Ten football and kickoff week coming up in a few weeks and everything else. I'm going to still try to get her on, but she is in Paris, and she says we kick off 19 days of coverage today. She's covering it for NBC. Join us at 8 a.m. So this has already been going on USA Network. The first competition. No, they have events sometimes before the actual opening ceremonies. So today you got men's soccer and men's rugby and more, she says. So, but I'll still try to get Catherine on. It'll be a big time. She'd have to really do me a solid a bit. And come on, because it's like about 5 or 6 hour difference in France. But we'll see what we can do. All right, what's coming up on the network the rest of the day?
So later on today, other than Martinez coming here after the Pete Shepard Show, will be Middays with Q from 12 to 2 p.m. He was traveling yesterday. He's back today. He'll be traveling again tomorrow because of the boxing matches that are happening in Philly. It's a boxing playoff time, so it gets really busy for him to call the bouts and obviously be on at the same time. Then later on this evening, we'll have Talking Hoops from 8 to about 9:15ish p.m. Of course, we have Darius Rice now, the newest addition to the network, which is absolutely terrific. And also Football Stories, a magazine, that'll be at 6 p.m. here on the network as well. Those guys will be doing a lot of Eagles breakdown as they are a Philly show. So they'll be having their show from 6 to 8 p.m.
That's great. Tonight. A lot of diversity here on the Coastal Sports Network. That's what I love. It's fantastic. And you, my friend, doing a great job. You are the glue and the straw that keeps this network going. There's no question about it. So thanks to everything. And thanks for all the kind wishes from my dog. She's hanging in there again. I know we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, thanks, Angel, for everything, all the kind words. And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. here on the Pete Shepard Show on the Coastal Sports Network. Bye, everybody. See ya.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces. just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Good morning, folks. Good morning, sports fans. Good morning, everyone from around the world who are tuned in here to the Coastal Sports Network. I am Angel Martinez from Martinez & Company here live on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. Also on the social medias, X, LinkedIn, Rumble, where else? YouTube. Obviously on SR1029thegame.com, where we're always live there. And along with the app, of course, this time in the morning where my voice ends up breaking up a little bit because we start at the wee hours of the morning. But thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to visit SR1029thegame.com and download the all-new digital sports app, as some people have reached out to me and says, hey, you're no longer on anymore. Yes, we are. I've been mentioning now for the last 2 weeks that you have to download the brand new digital sports app that is available directly from our website, SR1029thegame.com. Download it so you can watch the show live, listen to the show live, text the show, call the show, everything, sports updates, you name it. It's all going to be on there as it continues to build, grow, and evolve. And if you missed it also, here just over an hour ago where I made the announcement that Darius Rice, pro basketball athlete, also a radio host, OG from the Hurricanes, also from the Miami Heat and other teams as well in the NBA. He is now joining the network as our NBA analyst. He will be making his appearance tonight on Talking Hoops, which I produced the show as well. So watch for that tonight from 8 to 9 p.m. That is every Wednesday night from 8 to 9 p.m. Sometimes you get bonus time, depending on how good the topics are and how hot and spicy the things are going to be, which I'm quite sure they'll be talking about the WNBA, the Olympics that are coming up, as the teams are now, kind of shuffling around to doing what they're planning on doing. Also, the men's team that might be too many alphas, we'll get into that article as well from Deadspin. Lots of good sound bites. All this try to be wrapped up in a timely, efficient manner here on the Coastal Sports Network. So with that being said, we thank you all for tuning in here. We are live. Martinez & Company starts now.
You bring the energy, he'll do the rest. Martinez & Company, powered by Sports Radio 102.9 The Game.
You're going to hear it right here.
The show starts now.
And once again, welcome back. The show is live Monday through Friday from 10 to 12, the mid-morning show, as I love to call it, here on the Coastal Sports Network. Once again, you can follow us at CSN Florida for the Coastal Sports Network on Instagram and Facebook. It's Coastal Sports Network. Very easy to follow us as well. And, of course, you can look for everything over on the website as well. You can follow Pete at Pete Shep, PSHEP326. Rich Q, who comes on after me, Middays with Q, he will be on, and he'll be back again today from 12 to 2. And you can follow Rich at Rich Q on Q. And, of course, for us here at Martinez & Company, SR1029, The Game, all of our social handles that are up there as well. So thank you all for tuning in once again. And listen, you guys heard me mention yesterday about the WNBA as they get ready to kick off their season. I'll bring up the current games, the standings, and all the good fun stuff. But the merchandise, you guys have heard me mention this yesterday. And year after year, it continues to go up. Well, this time it's up by 500%. And the top 5 selling jerseys are Caitlin Clark at number 1, number 2, Angel Reese, number 3, Sabrina Ionescu, also number 4, Kate Martin, and number 5, Asia Wilson. Now, add the NBA All-Star, add, again, Caitlin and Angel, and the other ladies that have joined the ranks of the WNBA. That continues to evolve and grow for the WNBA. And you know what? Your hats off to them, because they're doing it well. The $200 million, a lot of people have mentioned it, and they talked about that it wasn't enough for the players and the athletes because of they only get a 10% piece of that pie for the $200 million. So if you look at it, you're probably getting maybe $100 extra in your paycheck, $1,000 if you're lucky. which I'm quite sure that will go up. And we'll see, because by the end of the year, who knows where the WNBA will end up standing. So there's that. Also, the TNT guys, we've heard and is yet to come to fruition. And as I'll get back to WNBA here in a second, but we've also heard that obviously TNT matched Amazon's deal for $1.8 billion. Now, a lot of it was surfaced out there. A lot of people put it out on social media. And as of yet, it hasn't come across. But there's a couple of clips that I want to play. Funny stuff, obviously, from TNT, the way they end up coming together, the stories that were shared, and how much these guys connect. And then some of the people like Snoop Dogg and others who have, and I don't want to say come to the defense, because obviously it comes to a point in time where if you love something dearly and it's a great show, you always want to come back and watch it, right? Because any show that you like, whether it being, from the MLB network, from the NFL network, Fox, wherever the case may be, wherever you like to get your shows from, at the start of the pregame. NBA, for a lot of people, they love the NBA on TNT. And hopefully that will be the case, that they'll be able to, at some capacity, be able to bring it back. Now, does that mean that Amazon, because Amazon probably has endless pockets to a certain extent, of course, but does that mean that they bump it up a little bit more? I want to see the crew back personally. Chuck, I think they do a great job. Obviously, Shaq, everybody on that, even the people behind the scenes, they all do such a fantastic job that I really hope that nucleus ends up coming back. So I will bring up a couple of videos about the TNT crew. So I want to go back and make sure that I have it loaded correctly as I scroll around to make sure. Also, I thought it was kind of interesting as well, is that apparently Kyle Shanahan offered Bill Belichick a job to do anything he wanted with the 49ers, and supposedly was supposed to be part of the coaching staff. Now, at what capacity, no one knows yet. That will probably come out in the next coming days. But as Bill Belichick politely declined because he wanted to come in as a head coach. Now, he will be a broadcaster for this season. Does it mean that if Dallas gets rid of Mike McCarthy, but we've also heard too, to kind of put a very small spin on it, could Deion Sanders and Shakur come to Dallas, right? Because there's been those rumors that supposedly Deion, in some sort of message that he put out there, was that he, and being a former Cowboy, that he potentially, if asked, will come to Dallas. I would love to know, Dallas fans' reaction. But what if it does happen? So Belichick, a lot of people have said that he could possibly end up in Dallas. Will it happen? We have no idea. It could be a strong possibility that could end up happening, but we don't know. But Belichick was offered a job by Kyle Shanahan, which he politely declined. But we'll hear for the first time this year, Bill Belichick behind the mic. And if you guys missed that Netflix series, The Roast with Tom Brady, which Belichick threw a couple punches in there himself, I would say for you guys to go back to hear it, especially if you're a Tom Brady fan. I thought Nikki Glaser did probably the best job out of all the comedians there. So if you have not seen it, go back and watch on Netflix. It's a great time. So more football stories, obviously, they're coming around. Camps are opening up, it's a great thing that camps are opening up. We're starting to see some light injuries. Eagles experiencing one of their rookie, dare I say, an IR rookie that comes in, and so right now, from what I understand, I haven't seen the updates yet, but supposedly he had a hamstring injury, so he will basically start the season on the non-injured playlist. I'm not too sure exactly what they call it anymore, because every year it seems like they have to change it, because as things continue to get reworded in our country, now it's I don't know what they call it anymore, whatever it is. I know for baseball, it's the pup list. So who knows? Whatever it is, some of the teams are already starting out with some guys with injuries. And I did come across something, and I'll see if I can come across it again, but supposedly the New York Jets will not, and I say this because it was what was posted out there, will not do any kind of contract negotiation talks when it comes to Hassan Reddick unless he is physically on site. So until he comes back to the team and is physically there at Jets training camp, that's the only way they're going to approach his contract negotiations. So that is off the table. But the New York Jets did mention that they are going to start finding him. Now, I know a lot of these guys have, a good amount of money. Hopefully they all invested well. So when they go to, time to retire, we saw a couple of guys, by the way, yesterday who decided to say, you know what, that's it for me. I'm hanging up the cleats and I'm done. But we hope that Hassan Reddick, we knew that in Philly, the contract was not going to happen. Harry Roseman, I think, made it more than abundantly clear that he wasn't going to do it. So here, comes a trade, goes out to New York, and now he holds out. So the Jets have made it abundantly clear they will not negotiate until he shows up at camp. Now, the same way you guys heard me mention yesterday that Jordan Love is also holding out, but he is there at camp. So again, this is kind of like the world that we put some of these athletes on. And yes, they are human. So I'm not trying to come down on Hassan Reddick or anybody else. But when they talk to their agents say to him, hey, listen, you can sit out. Don't worry about it. We'll get the deal done. Go do what you got to do. I mentioned Zeke Elliott. Also, when he stayed in Mexico, right? He made his deal out there. And then eventually ended up coming joining. So I'm quite sure there's going to be other players as well that's going to be talking about contract negotiations. And by the way, anybody seen that latest picture of Joey Burrow from Cincinnati? There's a wrestler, and I forget the wrestler's name, but he looks almost identical now as he has his blonde hair, very, very buzz cut, like short crop. And listen, it could be part of the scheme where he's obviously coming back healthy, hopefully better than ever. But again, we shall see. You guys heard Pete talk about Mio O'Brien stating about Dougie P, our former Eagles head coach, the only head coach right now that has won a Super Bowl for my Philadelphia Eagles, he's probably the only one right now. And we'll see as the day progresses. But he stated that his players, his starters, will start at least in preseason week 1 and preseason week 3. A lot of teams, and we get injuries. We get it. We understand it. There's a lot of the athletes too that tend to forget, like here, for example, in Florida, when it gets hot, no different than the athletes over there in Vegas in the desert. It gets hot, you tend to forget it. You have to supply nutrients back to your body, and that's by fluids, right? So they come to Florida, out to Vegas, and anywhere. It doesn't have to be just in the super hot states, because obviously it's hot all across the U.S. But they forget about the nutrients that they need inside their body to keep themselves healthy and keep it moving from that point forward. So I'm glad that Dougie P is one of the first head coaches to say so. And who knows, maybe, John Harbaugh will do so the same way out there in LA. Maybe he'll do the same exact thing. But regardless, I'm glad that at least one coach is saying that they would like to see their starters play, whether it's one series, whether it's the first quarter, maybe, 2-3 series in, but you need that, because we've seen from a lot of teams last season, and we're probably going to see it again this season, is that they waited until week 1 to actually put in the offensive starters all together, including the defense. And then we've seen teams either have the rough start or teams that kind of squeak by. So I'm glad that some of these coaches are finally kind of coming around saying, all right, listen, we understand it. We're trying to grab as many injuries as possible, but we're going to have these guys out there. Now, it doesn't mean that the guys shouldn't go, full steam, because we've seen last year throughout the preseason that some of these teams were pretty much aggressive. I mean, it's preseason games, right? The whole reason why is because you want to get the reps in. You have to make the 54-man roster. You also have to see exactly who's going to be able to make it in. And now with the condensed minus 1 week of the preseason, only having 3, you have to make those decisions. Don't kill each other during preseason. Obviously play, but you want to bring that to the regular season. So it's very, very touch and go. Also mentioning from yesterday, as it's kind of, again, picking up just a little more steam, is that you have the NFL and the CBA and possibly trying to bring in that week 18. You heard Pete mentioning that he kind of likes it, but he really doesn't like it either at the same time, because it comes out to be, and everybody knows it comes out to be more money. So that should be interesting to see how that plays out. And who's going to say no to that? Again, it's a moneymaker. It is what it is. Everybody buys the jerseys. We wait to see what new jerseys coming out. Last year, obviously the Kelly Green for the Eagles ended up being a huge hit. That's what they're waiting for. Jacksonville Jaguars. Their fans had waited some 12 hours in advance for the throwback jerseys. And the owner, I believe I have the article around. I'll have to bring it up at one part of the show here. But he had mentioned that he had hoped as the team sold the jerseys that they would end up making money back from it. So we shall see. But I want to get here to the WNBA here real quick and then talk about what people are starting to feel, that too many alpha males are on the men's basketball team out there in Paris. That kicks off this Friday. LeBron James will be carrying the American flag for the men. And I know for the women, it was announced. I have to bring that up as well. But I know it hasn't been talked about a whole bunch. I think people are tending to forget, obviously, the Olympics are around. There was that condensed COVID year. That's why we're back to it again. But that starts on Friday. I haven't heard too much about the opening ceremonies. I know for a lot of people, they absolutely love the opening ceremonies. And some people just watch the Olympics just for that, the opening and then the closing ceremonies. So that kicks off on Friday night. And because they are, 7 to 12 hours in advance of us, things are going to be a little bit different. So when it happens overseas, it's tough trying not to watch or listen in or see on social media all the updates from the gold medalists and who's going to win the different medals. But I'm looking forward to it. For 2 weeks, it comes and goes really quick, and we'll see for the Olympics when that starts off. But the WNBA, everybody knows, obviously, the All-Star game, that was won by the women who are not representing the team in Paris. But again, a huge, huge weekend for the ladies. Now, in the standings, and I'll bring you the top 5 here, and New York Liberty being one of the hotter teams in the WNBA, their last 10 prior to going to the break were 9-1. They stand at 21-4. You take a look at the Las Vegas Aces. I'll jump around here for a little bit. They are 16-8 in 5th place, 8-2 in their last 10. Along with them is the Seattle Storm at 8-2 in their last 10, 4th, 17-8. Now, let's not forget that the Aces are defending back-to-back champions, as the second half of the season will come and go real quick. Right now, with the Aces being in 5th place, still a good spot to be in. But the New York Liberty are definitely looking to take them off being back-to-back champions. The Aces, of course, are trying to be the first WNBA team, not only to go back-to-back, which they did, but to go back-to-back-to-back. And we have yet to see it. So the only other ones that are in front of them are the Lynx at 17-8, and then the UConn Suns there at 18-6. Both of those are 5-5 and even 500 within their last 10. And if we take a look at the complete standings for the WNBA, you have Phoenix 6, 13-12, a game over 500, 5-5 in their last 10. Indiana 11-15, 4 games under, also 5-5. Chicago 10-14. Atlanta 7-17. Goodness gracious, if I can get my voice straight. You also have the Los Angeles Sparks. I lost my page here for a second. Los Angeles Sparks at 6-18. Washington Mystics at 6-19. And then you have Dallas at 6-19. And I think the only ones right now that are pretty much on a slide is Atlanta, because they are 1-9 in their last 10. So this will be probably the bigger WNBA seasons, the backstretch of the WNBA season. And we've seen since the inception of the league. So just hold on, folks. We're going to see how it all ends up playing out. I can't wait to see what happens. Obviously, are the women, the starting women for the women's basketball team is out in Paris. So some of the teams are definitely going to miss up on their starters, which could make a difference within the next 2 weeks as they're out there in Paris. So WNBA selling again 500% upsell year after year for the jerseys. And Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, pretty much rounding up the top two for jersey sales. And again, I've never owned a WNBA jersey, but they're getting up there. I think I've tried to wear an NBA jersey once, and I look ridiculous. I don't, not even say friggin' dad bod. Even when I was much younger, some people look great in it. Me, I just look like a complete dummy in an NBA jersey. I'm just putting it out there. So good to see that the WNBA continues to make strides. Now, another story that I'll bring up a little bit later on, which I'm trying to get some sort of kind of clarity from it, but Jerry Rice was on the golf course. And again, this is where people have to remember that a lot of these guys, a lot of these athletes, right, are human. Sometimes you ask a question, and listen, it all depends. I've been notorious that sometimes somebody will make they'll send me a text and I have to read it almost like 5 or 6 times to understand exactly what they're trying to say, because I've made the mistake before once where I read a text and I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And then the response back. Now it wasn't something bad sent my way, and it wasn't something bad sent in return. But the way I read it, it didn't make any sense. And then after I wrote it and I read it again, I'm like, oh, wait, apparently I need to read a little bit better. So Jerry Rice is on the golf course and he was asked a question about the Kansas City Chiefs. There's the audio that I'm going to play, and supposedly the young person in the media went back and apologized and said they were hanging on for it for about 3 days. They had no clue what was going on. And listen, sometimes, honestly, a lot of these athletes don't want to be approached if they're at an event somewhere. Now, Jerry Rice happened to be at a golf outing, and he was approached and was asked a question. So I'm going to bring this up. And like everything else, they try to, just put negative spins and everything else. But according to, and I believe it was someone from here, from the Star King Media, says that we have sat on this video for a day as we wanted absolutely no negative publicity for Jerry Rice or the tournament, but this TMZ story has now come to light, and we feel the need to set the record straight on what took place. We meant absolutely no disrespect to Jerry or the 49ers when asking this question, as we have a profound respect for the great players that have played this game, especially in our opinion, meaning Starcade, the greatest receiver of all time. The confrontation that followed was very unfortunate, but we are not trying to elicit a negative reaction, and there was no smirks, as Mr. Rice suggested. We simply wanted the input of the greatest receiver in league's history about the Chiefs' receiving core, and if it had improved enough to continue winning at a high level after an historically rough season for the group. We would be more open to speaking with Jerry personally to clear the air on what happened and put it all behind us. Now, the audio basically asked him the question, and Jerry Rice had some choice words for him. And again, the entire thing is not out there. Meaning, like, if there were either A, was Jerry Rice asked this question millions and millions of times before, or whatever the case would be. All I know is that when it went back to Jerry Rice didn't disrespect anyone, he didn't feel like he was disrespected. It was probably in the heat of a moment. But anyways, that story's out there. It's a shame that it's even talked about, because it doesn't really make any sense. As far as we've all seen Jerry Rice, if anything, he's always been polite to everybody. He's always answered questions, and some people, because I know with some folks, they want to be the first. Like, I want to have the exclusive to this. I want to have the exclusive to that. There's all these things that people always want to end up bringing up because they want to be the first to report something. If you're going to report something, especially when you work in media, make sure, once again, one is remember where the person is. Now, if this would have been somewhere, and again, I'm not there, so I have no clue, and I'm just using something as an example. If you're at a venue somewhere and the athletes are there, if it's kind of like a question answer type area setup, you know what? Then fine, ask your question. But again, remember that how you ask the question, where it becomes that communication portion of it. Did I ask it the right way? And did it seem like maybe they end up taking it the wrong way? So be clear and concise as far as the question you want to ask. There's a moment for all that stuff everywhere at any given point in time. But again, just make sure that when you're asking people questions, and again, we've seen people when they go up to a restaurant somewhere and their favorite athlete could be somewhere, and here there's a local tavern that a lot of the Lightning players love to go to. But the fans are cordial and respectful that when the players are there having lunch, and they'll go there a bunch of times prior to the season kicking off when they all start coming back into town, the fans won't ever interrupt them when they're eating. Maybe on the way out the door, they might ask for a picture or something else, but for the most part, because they connect with the crowd that's there, they really don't. I've never seen any of the Lightning players here locally ever be disrespectful to people. And there's one tavern they love to hang out with, and go to eat, I should say. Just remember that athletes also need their space, and just try to be cordial. I guess the best way possible. So I think a lot of people are going to try and make a big deal about Jerry Rice. It's not a big deal. I don't think it is. And again, if people would actually report things from beginning to end, it would be great. But everybody wants to chop, copy, paste, put stuff out there without getting exactly what's going on. So I'm not here to defend Jerry Rice by any means whatsoever, and or the young reporters that were trying to ask him a question. I'm just saying, when you're going to try and bring something out there to the light and you're going to ask a question, remember the environment that you're in. All right. Training camps, once again, are open. We're waiting to see what Jordan Love, any kind of contract. Tua, any kind of contract. Other players are out there. We've had, again, so many athletes who decided to hang them the cleats. We'll get into that a little bit after the break here. But I want to bring up an article that I had just mentioned at the top of the show here. And this is about from Deadspin. So credit to Deadspin on this one. But the Team USA basketball might have too many alphas. It could be the case, possibly, but we shall see. In the last impression of Team USA's run to the Paris Olympics, embarrassing, but in a good way. No doubt the unnecessary tension of a 1-point win over South Sudan will provide incentive for the 2024 version of America's finest in men's basketball. And therein lies Team USA's biggest problem. No, not the need for an incentive, but rather being America's finest. In a nutshell, Team USA has too many alphas. Devin Booker, Derek White, Tyrese Halliburton, Jason Tatum, Bam Adebayo, and all the award-worthy basketball players, just not high energy and understand my role, complementary pieces. So, the type of guys that fill out a gold medal team. Give me the B team. Starts with a pulse. Give me Jaylen Brown, De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Maxey, Desmond Bane, and Chet Holmgren. And you can give every other country a 20-point head start. It wouldn't matter. Unfortunately, there will be no promotions on the eve of Paris premiere. So as less than Dreamy Dozen pack the resort refrigerators with France's best champagne, here's my view on what needs to get tweaked in order to bring home the gold with only one shower, a bubbly one. As the article continues, there's a counter to that to send out the dogs, attack defensively, turn Drew Holiday, Anthony Edwards, Booker, and White loose on overmatched EuroLeague ball handlers. Nothing disrupts three-point shooting like a point guard who can't get the ball up court in a timely manner. Brown would have helped big time. Fox and Maxey too. But for now, someone needs to convince Booker, utterly useless in the exhibitions, that this is his key to getting on the court. 5 frenzied minutes at a time. Now, the game is a sprint in which not a marathon, and American stars learned long ago, save your energy for the end. As long as LeBron James abides by that principle, everyone else can throw it out the window. The U.S. team has the best athletes in the world. It's time they start showing it. Push the pace, play like Fox, and the one-man fast break in Sacramento. Halliburton's used to be Fox's teammate. So this article kind of throws it a little bit all over the place, but I'll try to read that line again. Push the pace, play like Fox, the one-man fast break in Sacramento. Halliburton's used to be Fox's teammate. You want to play, do your best imitation. So they're pretty much saying that, they chose the wrong coach. And again, this is just opinions that I put out there. The crowd Will Durant accepts standing in the corner and shooting threes as Holmgren's would? So, listen, it's by Deadspin. I wanted to bring it up because a lot of people are saying there's too many alphas on that team. I would love to be an Olympic team, but I'm not. But again, they're going to tweak this out. They're going to get it right somehow. By the time it rolls around, we're getting things going. There'll be different articles, different things, how it'll be spun, to say it the least. But we're all wanting to see exactly how this men and women's basketball team, can they make that run to be able to get Olympic gold? That's the goal for every country participating in the Olympics. But we're leaning on, obviously, this men's team, in which LeBron James, this will probably be his last Olympic gold medal run, because he is getting up there as far as age, still playing well, getting up there age-wise. So we'll see. So could it be a lot to do about nothing on the article? Possibly. But it's good, though, that someone shares their opinion out and saying there could be too many alphas here on this particular team. And with that being said, we'll keep the basketball version of the show here going after the break, because I want to bring up a couple clips again, as I mentioned at the top of the show, with NBA and the TNT crew, because a lot of people are really upset that even though TNT has matched Amazon's offer at $1.8 billion, they want to see the crew come back once again, because Chuck has already said that he will retire if it's a case, if they don't come back to the network. So we shall see. We'll get into that a little bit more. Also checking, because we do have, obviously, we are powered by Ion Tampa Bay. And as I check here, the locals, I want to make sure that the roadways are clear. I know earlier on today, there is a problem. As I bring up here the local routes from our great friends at Ion Tampa Bay, earlier on today, looks like all the majors are clear. And by the way, not that it should be any different, but locally, if you are traveling in Hillsborough, Pasco, Sarasota counties, anywhere in the state of Florida, two things. One is, obviously, you're doing a major crackdown on making sure you buckle up. And two is, don't text and drive. So state police will be out there in full force. But right now, all the majors, the Howard Franklin, Gandy, and looks like I-4, 589, and I-75 are all clear. So just take it easy out there, folks. So after the break, we'll get into the gentleman from TNT, a couple of videos that I want to share with you guys and your thoughts as they're waiting to see the new awarded contract from TNT. So all that and more. And don't forget that today, after my show, Q will be back, Middays with Q from 12 to 2. And in case you have missed it, Darius Rice is now a part of the Coastal Sports Network as our NBA analyst. You can hear his commentary along with Coach Mack, Coach Johnson, Ron Briscoe, Talking Hoops tonight that I produce that show from 8 to 9 p.m. So a lot going on here in the network as we continue to grow and good things are happening. So we'll leave you on this short break. We'll be after it. It is Martinez and Company on the Coastal Sports.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Don't just follow us on the socials. Call or text the show 727-858-6650 and let us know what's on your mind. Now back to Martinez and Company.
All right, welcome back here, Martinez County. I'm Angel Martinez here, the Coastal Sports Network, the headquartered office here, the headquarters studio in Tampa, Florida. And we thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget, visit SR1029thegame.com as we are Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Make sure you download the app, the brand new app, the digital sports app. If you guys miss it, I know I'm going to keep emphasizing this over and over again, but if you guys end up missing it, you can download the app directly from the website. And by the way, those who are tuned in from LinkedIn, we appreciate it. Of course, the show will cut off at 11 o'clock, so you guys can come back and follow us and watch us on either all the other socials and or directly from SR1029thegame.com. Anytime, if you guys don't ever see the show for some other reason populating up on the socials, it will always be available on SR1029thegame.com. So as we went into the break, we talked about TNT, how the guys are feeling, the matched offer for $1.8 billion. But I also want to bring up a couple of audio clips as well for you guys. And this is thanks to Total Sports Prep. Larry Brown, as we mentioned also with the Olympics, he mentions about the Teams USA chances in Paris. And this is credit to Sirius XM Radio. Here's Larry Brown about the Team USA and how well or won't they do in Paris.
You got a great coaching staff. You got great players. You got guys that have been in multiple Olympics. So I think we're definitely the best team. But in a 40-minute game, anything can really happen. And the way the three-point shot now has become so prominent in the way we're playing, a lot of crazy stuff can happen.
That it can indeed. Larry Brown, of course, well-loved in Detroit, well-loved in Philly, especially when he spent his time there. Then the follow-up to that one, we hear from Steve Kerr and Drew Holiday on Kevin Durant playing on Team USA. Again, credit to USA Basketball.
What you guys went through with Kawhi and making the decision that he couldn't play. Is it safe to say that you have decided to bring Kevin to Paris and that you're going to be on the team?
Yeah. There's no thought of replacing Kevin.
Are you concerned? Because you've got a rhythm in rotation with the 11 guys. Is there a concern about trying to work him in just because he hasn't? I mean, I know he's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think the.
That's Kevin Durant, my boy. What are we talking about? That's KD. Nah, he need to be out there.
Now, the audio came in low on that one. Again, that's thanks to Total Sports Prep. But again, some of the audios come in really high. Some of them come in a little bit low. Again, no control over mine. But kind of faintly there on how Kevin Durant came in at the very end of the conversation. Joel Embiid talks about Jason Tatum and the super team. As mentioned yesterday, this is credit the Check the Ball show. Again, Joel Embiid, who those of us who love him here in Philly just want to see him step up a little bit more. And maybe they'll walk away with the gold since he's still trying to bring an NBA championship back to Philly. Here's Joel Embiid on Jason Tatum.
Or he gives me trouble about Jason. Yeah, he's got a super team. You know what I mean? Like, if I had a super team too, I would win too, you know?
I mean, I tell him the same thing. Like,
well, you got a super team now, coach.
If I go 5 for 20, like, we get blown out.
So they're considered a super team. We shall see. What was it, the Dream Team years ago? That was mentioned as well. So hopefully if they call themselves a super team, they will end up winning gold. And then the last thing I want to get into here before we start getting into video from the guys from TNT, Paul George, everybody knows it's gone from the Clippers, now a Philadelphia 76er, ended up in Camden yesterday. Obviously pictures, New Jersey outfit, as in New Jersey as well, but an actual New Jersey outfit. And he mentions jokingly about if Will Smith can go to Beverly Hills, then where he could end up possibly going.
West Coast guy, Cali guy, Philly though, East Coast, different vibe. What do you think about the city?
I love the city. It's been great since day one being here. I think I can make the transition. If Will Smith can go to Beverly Hills, I think I can come to Philadelphia. And so I'm looking forward to it. You know, my family loves it here so far. It's an adjustment for sure. I won't lie about that, but I think it's one I was ready for.
Excited for the fans to be with you instead of against you?
Yeah. And even when they have their moments, I'm ready for that as well. Just because, you know, I know where it comes from. Yeah. It's a passion thing. And you want that pressure that the team wants you to play well and they're ready to win.
So again, he gets it, right? It's early on still, but he gets it. He knows Philly fans are, listen, we are who we are. And it's a tough get in Philadelphia, but we do it because, again, you're well loved and well received in Philly. Every team, and I'm quite sure, and you guys can make your live comments here on the socials. Of course, you can text in or call into the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Everybody knows. You guys have all heard the stories about Philly, right? Oh, my God, they're this, they're that. Every team, every fan from every city just wants the best for the athletes, for the teams. Philly, yeah, we kind of turn up the intensity just a little bit more, but we hope that we end up doing good things. And he's going to know. He's going to know how it's like to finally be in Philly. Like we've seen other players come through here, like Charles Barkley, and after either they've been here and gone, how they feel about exactly how they feel about when they play in that Philly environment. It's completely different. But again, I can go on that for forever. The link, listen, a lot better than what the vet used to be. The 700 level crowd, go back and watch. If there's still videos available somehow or another, that crowd was absolutely ridiculous. It was the only NFL stadium in America that had a jail cell in it. Not proud to say it, but that's how crazy it had gotten. They transferred over to the link, but the link really has, I don't even think they've opened up that cell once. You know, you're going to have your unruly people. You're going to see fights in the stands, stuff like that. But, you know, Paul's going to realize when he comes to Philly, like he said, it's an adjustment because the city's kind of going through right now. I just hope that Mayor Parker kind of brings everything back to normal in Philly. It's going to take a while, but we'll see. I'm just glad he's a Sixer. It's good to see what the team's going to do next year. And if you're going to make a run to beat the best, you got to go through, obviously, the New York Knicks, and you definitely have to go through the defending champions, the Boston Celtics. And I'm just talking about the East side. I'm not talking about the West side, the Western side conference. I'm just talking about the Eastern conference of what the Sixers would have to do in order to prove themselves. So, but we'll get into it more as the season rolls around. But I wanted to bring up a couple of videos here because Ernie had shared at one point about when he had mentioned cancer and some other stuff and how the crew had reacted. And then there's a couple of clips about Shaq and obviously when he, the tumbles he's taken, but more how this crew have all gelled together. And this is why they have mentioned over and over again, and everybody hopes that they will come back. Because I personally, the same way like them, I would love to see him come back. It's a great nucleus. And you guys even hear me talking about my crew, the Talking Hoops crew. That's a great nucleus. Coach Johnson, Coach Mack, Ron Briscoe, all the experience that he's had when he worked for Nike, be a part of, MJ, being a part of Kobe, God bless, God rest his soul. All the things he had saw through Nike. That is a phenomenal crew at 8 p.m. here on the Coastal Sports Network. So that's going to be the addition of Darius Rice to the network is absolutely outstanding. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So you guys want to tune in that show that is live tonight, 8 o'clock. But again, I bring up the point because I feel the same way when it comes to all these guys on NBA, on TNT. So here's the guys sitting around and sharing just some stories.
When I had the lymphoma thing way back when, and I called these, just before you got here, I called these two guys into the office to tell them.
That was tough for me.
Yeah, well, it was. I mean, in my office, and I called you and I said, look, I got to tell you something. I'm kind of swelling up here, and I've known what I have, and now we're going to have to treat it. And so I got cancer. And what's the one thing I told both of you guys in those conversations? I said, do not let this mess with the show. Right. I do not want you guys to be saying, well, now we can't have any fun with Ernie because he's a cancer guy.
Just being honest, that was the first time that I actually cried at Turner. Like, I walked out and I was like, damn.
A regular cry or Joel Embiid cry?
See, man. There you go. That's our show right there. That's our show. Kenny trying to make a valid point, and he's like.
When I had the
and that's what I mean. Who doesn't want that, right? Who doesn't want it? This is what we want to see. We want to hear Ernie and Shaq and Kenny. This is a crew that needs to come back. And he shared again a story about cancer. And for those who don't know, if you haven't tuned into the show, and again, I understand it, we get it, because people do have busy lives and stuff, and we appreciate everyone who tunes in. We absolutely love it. But the one thing is because of the nucleus of this group and what they mean to everybody. And so I just hope they come back. Joey B says, and thanks, Joey B, for tuning in. TNT doesn't filter the NBA show, which is true. That is key to all the free flow banter. ESPN, all filtered and scripted. It doesn't flow naturally. TNT's product is 100 times more entertaining and more informative. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And that's why everybody loves it. I'm telling you, because you're not going to find another crew like this. You guys had heard me mention the ladies who cover the WNBA on ESPN. Who knows? Maybe WNBA TV could fire up and things can happen and bring the women where they can have a show like this for TNT. But this is a different nucleus of guys that are put together, and I just hope they come back. So here's another video that I want to share with everybody, again, because Pete, I know, absolutely 100% loves this crew, and you guys hear him talk about it, as the season progresses. But here's some of the stuff that happens behind the scenes that a lot of times either A, you have missed because you've missed the TNT crew, or you have seen it, but this is some throwback, as obviously you can see up there on the screen for those listening in on the sports radio app. It's Sprint, which Sprint no longer exists because of the T-Mobile thing and the whole 9 yards. But this is some highlighted videos that we hope that we don't see come to an end and that they'll be back. So here's Shaq and crew with some of the hijinks that happened.
Get fouled. Get people. See, here he is.
Okay, Kenny. All right, Kenny.
It's an accident.
All right, Kenny.
Why'd you try to box me out?
Yeah, look at that.
Why'd you try to box me out?
Harry.
Why'd you try to box me out?
Harry.
They just don't lock in defensively, and this is obvious.
Get him, Kenny. You set me up, Ernie.
Hey,
What do you mean, me? You set me up, Ernie. You set me up, Ernie.
Hey, I'm waiting on you, big fella. I'm waiting on you.
Okay, Ernie.
Don't blame me.
Yes, you did. You tied it around my leg.
No, he did.
Yes, you did.
How am I going to tie
I saw you, Ernie.
Down goes Shaq.
I saw
Down goes Shaq. Down goes. You
Giving up the whole set over here.
What is this?
Ernie set me up.
What is this?
Yeah, okay, Ernie.
Where did this come from?
All right, Ernie.
It ain't me.
But that was the biggest
slaps of all that.
Okay, Ernie.
Why are you putting me? Why are you?
Because you were all analytical last week, talking about.
Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Just as
He fell. He's out. He's down for the count. He's down for the count.
Oh, no. My neck and my back.
No.
My neck.
I told you. I told you.
It's our studio.
Stay down. Stay down. Now you understand.
See?
Chuck, don't cheat.
Yeah, don't cheat,
Chuck. Don't cheat, Chuck. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Get your butt out of here.
Oh, that was bad right there. That was bad.
Get your butt
That
out of
was
here.
bad.
I'll tell you.
All right, Kenny. Yeah, I'm all right. All right, Kenny. I'm all right. All right, Kenny. This means war, Kenny. This means war, Kenny.
I knew that. That's what Shaq and Claus did on the obstacle.
So again, these are the guys just having fun, right? Being natural, being fun, doing what they do best, which is commentary on a game that obviously that's where we're tuning in for. But again, there's stuff that ends up happening. And when you have a nucleus of guys that work out that way, it's really tough to put a crew like that together. And again, there's a lot of people that have shared their opinion and the reason why they want to have these guys come back, because that's what happens when you go to a network somewhere and you love where you work. For me personally, because of owning my own network, the Coastal Sports Network, Broad Street South, and Sports Radio 102.9, I love the guys that are on here. I love the crew. Every single show that's here, everybody gets to be themselves, do what they want. I don't control anyone. I don't say, don't say this, don't say that. Say what you want. That's why you have, the right for your freedom of speech, correct? Here, I don't have anybody filter themselves. Our guests come on. If our guests have a story to say, our guests will say the story just the way they want. A couple years back on Sean Salisbury was on with us before it became the Coastal Sports Network and being over in Broad Street South. The big thing is that when he came on, the one thing he said, "Can I curse?" And I said, "Sure." He goes, "Because there's a story I wanted to share, and I want to share it naturally, the way it should have been said." And I had no problem with it whatsoever. And I told him, "No, tell the story exactly the way it is." As we're getting a text message that's coming in, but I told him, say the story just the way you want to share it. And it was the most hilarious story ever. You guys can go back and watch it in the archives there on SR1029thegame.com. But Gaspom Guy says, do you think Chuck will come back if the shop doesn't come back on TNT? And I think Shaq and Chuck make that show Kenny is okay. Chuck said, Gaspom Guy, and great to hear from you. Chuck has already said that he's not going to come back. He said no matter what, he's not going to come back. And as you mentioned, that Shaq and Chuck make that show, Kenny's okay. Kenny has his moments too. Let's not forget that Kenny had fallen up the steps this year as he was trying to go up to the big board. But Chuck already mentioned that he's not going to come back. And I personally will have to see him come back. And I get it. We've seen guys that switched from like ABC to CBS and never had that really good nucleus all over again, and vice versa. Guys gone from CBS to Fox, Fox to ESPN, whatever. But these guys, they just love this nucleus is really good. And all we're hoping for is that maybe Amazon and everybody's in a bidding war. Everybody. Netflix has jumped into the arena with the NFL. And not to say they don't jump into the arena either when it comes to the NBA, but they're all jumped in the mix if you look at it. So I believe Gaston Guy that Chuck probably will not come back. More than likely, he's already said he's not, but hopefully they'll get the deal done and he will come back. But the other point too is, and this is again, thanks to Bleacher Report, where they had put this out there about Snoop, Steph, Giannis, and more share what the NBA means to them. And mean by that is by keeping the NBA on TNT. So I want to bring up this clip here. I hope you guys end up enjoying it. If you're listening on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, you can always go back and watch the replay on the network as well. So here's more of how these guys feel about the NBA staying on TNT with the current crew.
Inside the NBA has been able to have a 30-year run because the authenticity of everyone who's on it, starting from Ernie.
I mean, is this the first year? This might be.
To Kenny and Chuck.
Don't mess this up.
And Shaq.
Watch it, young man, watch it.
Everybody brings their own style to the table. You can be you, he can be him, they can be them, and it all comes together. And you have a magical show like what you guys have.
I've got exceptional hair.
The way people looked at certain television shows that had a great cast, that's how I look at Inside the NBA. I'm like, man, this cast, it just worked out. Maybe it started as a show based just around basketball.
Can he take one?
But it has become something bigger than just sports.
Slam it!
They got the thing you can't buy.
Can he take this?
Bang! Now this is a real show.
And that's chemistry.
That's why it's the best on TV inside the NBA, because we can poke fun at each other, we can clown each other, we can have a good time with the banner back and forth. But at the end of the day, it's all for the fans, it's all for the audience. And I think that's why the ratings are so high. They just keep getting better and better every single year. So the best on TV is Charles Barkley, bar none. There's nobody on TV in sports better than Charles Barkley.
There are very few shows you tune into that are going to lead you into a sporting event that are better than the sporting event. I tune into Inside the NBA to see them, and then I decide if I'm going to watch the game. Most people tune into a pregame show just to get to the game. That's the ultimate compliment I can give you.
Most people look forward to the post-game show as much as actually watching the game. And I think for me, as a fan of basketball, even when I'm out on the court playing and I'm sitting down on the couch watching, you look forward to the jokes and the back and forth, races to the big screen with Kenny and all that. It just adds an element of entertainment. And then, the discussions about what's going on in the league and all that type of stuff, they do a great job.
Shaq calls you his favorite player. He says you are exempt from Shaq in a Fool.
Very honored because I'm not immune to having Shaq in the Fool moments on the court. We all have our moments out there, and I appreciate him having my back and not putting me on his favorite show because we got that chemistry. Appreciate it.
I usually don't watch a lot of media, but definitely Inside the NBA is one of the shows that whenever I catch it on TV, I try to watch for like 5-10 minutes just because it's really funny. It's not just about basketball. You can see those guys out there that are having fun. They're teasing one another. And they're just being real. Charles Barkley is so unique because I think he doesn't have no filter. Like, he's going to speak the truth. He's going to speak whatever is on his mind. And that's why I think a lot of people respect him. A lot of times that he comes out with things that don't make no sense. But at the end of the day, you respect the guy that speaks the truth to you, has no filter, and at the end of the day, he has fun with it also.
It's all about the personalities. I mean, they have races, they talk about food, they talk about haircuts, they talk about clothes. Every now and then they mention basketball, but it's personalities. It's great. I mean, Charles, Kenny, of course, Shaq, Ernie. Ernie carries the show. Ernie kind of controls it. He's kind of the adult in the room, and all the kids get mad and scream and yuck it up and have fun and tell stories. Just like hanging out with the guys, and they put cameras on it. They've become synonymous with the NBA and really a big part of the heartbeat of the NBA.
It's nice to see four dudes having a good time with each other, but they're basically talking about the games that they're watching. Everything else is kind of like just icing on the cake. The fact that they get along, the fact that they want to wrestle with each other or fake fight or fake beef, or even if it's real beef, you know what I mean? As long as nobody gets hurt, it makes for great television, let alone one of the top 50 players in history, and they have two of them on that show talking about basketball. I think it's just an amazing lineup, and the fact that they get along, whether it's real or not, I mean, it just comes across as really, really enjoyable to watch. It's lightning in a bottle, you know what I'm saying?
It's got to be the chemistry between the guys. I don't think there's a show on television that has this kind of chemistry. Having been on the show and having talked to all the guys, what you see on TV is what's really happening. That makes it so much more authentic. When you go behind the scenes, you realize that everybody is like very relaxed. Right? The guys are watching like 72 screens in the back. There's food. It's just very, very homey back there. And to have someone like Charles Barkley say, "You want me to get you something to drink?" It's almost surreal. It's like, no, legend. What do you want? What do you want? Let me get something for you. What makes Charles unique is that he speaks his mind. Right or wrong, he's going to speak his mind. Typically, he's right. And when he makes a pick, you know, he can be wrong about his pick, you know. He's not always right about his pick, but he makes it with conviction, and you got to give him that.
They represent the culture. They're a part of the culture. You never knew that we would get that from a show that's covering basketball.
This is a great country because we can all have our point of view.
And it's about four guys that love each other.
So you guys hear it in that video, from actors to athletes. You guys can hear it all inside that video. Sorry if I'm losing my voice here a little bit, but again, this is what happens when you have a good nucleus of people. And that's exactly what you want. When you're putting together a network and you're putting people behind the scenes and everything else, and hopefully at one point this network will end up doing the same exact thing. But when you're putting a network together, it's the nucleus, the people you have involved. I have the pleasure of being with Pete Shepard in the morning. Then I'm on with Q on the middays. By no means whatsoever, I apologize for clearing my throat here, but by no means, I'm nowhere even in comparison to the crew at NBA on TNT. What people are just saying is that they love the chemistry with all those gentlemen. I mean, you heard, obviously, you know, when talking about Chuck asking someone if they would like a drink, but I believe that's just the way Chuck is. We've come to learn more and more about him as the years gone by. And yeah, he obviously mentioned that, you know, he's guarantees a pick and it doesn't come out right, but he does do it with a conviction. So I just hope, like everyone else, that with the deal to be made, and who knows, maybe all of us will be surprised. We're all on pins and needles to see exactly what's going to end up happening. But I think it's such a good crew. I hope they don't go away. And hopefully, maybe even Jeff Bezos will be like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to just let TNT keep doing her thing, because it would be missed. It surely would be missed. Even if Ernie and Kenny go over to Amazon, if that's where they end up, it's not going to be the same. It's just, no one likes scripted shows. Nobody. And if you do like scripted shows, hey, it's on you. But I think that's why reality TV had such a big push back in the day, because it was reality. What you heard is what you saw. Now it's different. You know, you got the Housewives of New Jersey and Orange County, whatever, blah, 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 and all that scripted anymore. Nobody really argues like the way they used to, because they got to clean it up now. So I just hope not. Before we go into the break here, from NBC 10, apparently some semi-breaking news here. Canadian soccer team's assistant coach, analyst out of Olympics after drone controversy. Pardon me for a second. The head coach also removed herself from coaching against New Zealand. Now, the story continues to say the assistant coach of the Canadian women's soccer team was kicked off the country's Olympic squad after a drone flown over New Zealand women's soccer team training session was believed to have been operated by someone from Canada's support staff. The Canadian Olympic Committee said Wednesday. Also out in the drone foul is Canadian analyst. In addition, the head coach, Bev Priestman, has removed herself from coaching the team against New Zealand on Thursday, the Canadian committee said. Joseph Lombardi, an unaccredited analyst with Canada Soccer, is being removed from the Canadian Olympic team and will be sent home immediately, the committee said in a statement. Jasmine Mander, an assistant coach to whom Mr. Lombardi reports to, is being removed from the Canadian Olympic team and will be sent home immediately too. Holy moly, you guys. Priestman apologized to the players and staff of New Zealand soccer and the players on her Canadian team. Quote, "This does not represent the values that our team stands for," Priestman said, "and I am ultimately responsible for conduct in our program. Accordingly, to emphasize our team's commitment to integrity, I have decided to voluntarily withdraw from the coaching match on Thursday," end quote. The Canadian Olympic Committee said it also learned of a second drone incident at July 19th New Zealand practice. This is the second Olympic Committee controversy of the week. Three-time Olympic gold medalist Charlotte Dujardin of Britain withdrew from the Paris Games after a video emerged that she says shows her behaving inappropriately while coaching other riders. Dujardin said in a statement that the video from 4 years ago, quote, "shows me making an error of judgment during a coaching session," end quote. It wasn't clear what video Desjardins referred to or what specifically the video shows. Desjardins said the International Federation for Equestrian Sports, or FEI, is investigating. "What happened was completely out of character and does not reflect on how I train horses or coach my pupils. However, there is no excuse," Desjardins said in a statement on Instagram. "I am deeply ashamed and should have set a better example in that moment." Defending Olympic soccer champion Canada and New Zealand meet in their opening match at the Olympic tournament. New Zealand complained to the International Olympic Committee's integrity unit about the drone, which occurred on Monday. Quote, "Team support members immediately reported the incident to the police, leading to the drone operator, who has been identified as a support staff member of the wider Canadian women's football team, to be detained." The New Zealand Olympic Committee said in a statement, quote, "The NZOC has formally lodged the incident with the IOC integrity unit and has asked Canada for a full review," end quote, it said. The committee said it and New Zealand football are committed to upholding the integrity and fairness of the Olympic Games. At this time, the NZOC's main priority is to support New Zealand women's football athletes and wider team as they start their campaign. It's not the first time a Canadian soccer team has been involved in a drone controversy involving an international virus training session. In 2021 at Toronto, Honduras stopped a training session ahead of its Men's World Cup qualifier against Canada after spotting a drone above the field. According to reports from a Honduran media personnel, Honduran media team, the teams played to a 1-1 draw. So listen, again, that was from NBC 10 as they were reporting it as it came in. But again, it just, everybody knows, right? Drones, good thing, bad thing, is indifference. Another comment that came in, Joey B says, "We need Housewives of Tampa Bay." If you do, it could be exciting, Joey B. It could be, but I don't know how exciting it's going to end up being. Listen, drones, we all know, right? And here we're at the top of the hour. Martinez Company. I'm Angel Martinez, your host of Martinez and Company, 11:02 here on the eastern side of the world, western side of the world. We're at 8:02 a.m. And we thank you all for tuning in. But drones are one of those things, they're good and bad. We've seen an attack overseas using drones. So it's like everything else, right? Put it in the right person's hand. It's all well and good. When people want to get a competitive edge, now this is what we do. And because they're making drones a little bit quieter as of late, it's going to be hard to detect when they're out there. And it's a shame because I guess the way it used to be before, when we were all grown up, you competed on the field, on the diamond, wherever it was, on the court, fairly. But now everyone wants to beat somebody else, not because they can, because they want to get a competitive edge. We've seen the Patriots got busted by it when they were in Atlanta. We've seen all kinds of teams get in trouble for it, all kinds of athletes. Just leave the drones at home. We're going to the Olympics. It happens every 4 years. It's not like we see it every single year like we do with all the other major league sports all around the world. Just stop it. There's no reason to have drones around there. And it's become a thing. What's even worse is, and being a former veteran of our United States military, what's even worse is that when we used to have the upper hand, when you would go and be sent to a country somewhere, now they just throw up the drone and they figure out exactly where you are. So I just hope that it doesn't happen more often. Hopefully people will come to their senses and realize that obviously there's no room for that stuff, and we shall see. Hopefully not. I would hope and think and pray that these teams will, they're in there because they're competitive in nature. All right. 1 hour down, about 45 minutes or so to go. We thank you once again for tuning in here to Martinez Company on the Coastal Sports Network. Don't forget to download the app over on SR1029thegame.com. And for those who have already downloaded the app, we do appreciate you going to the website and downloading it directly from the website. If you go to the stores, it is not available on the stores yet. And the ones that are on the stores are the old non-existing apps. So you can download the app directly from SR1029thegame.com. And we do appreciate it, as you can now text the show from there, right directly from the app, call the show from the app. You guys can do so at 727-858-6650. Put in your live comments right in the live show that's within the app, and listen to the app on the go when you can put up, if you're in your car, you're heading to a doctor's appointment or somewhere else, or heading off to work, you can watch the video as you're walking to your car, hopefully also watching when you're stepping, and then switch it over. Pause the live video, press the radio player, and you can hear the show as we broadcast simultaneously, virtually everywhere, to all social medias, and of course, over on our digital sports radio platform, Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. So thank you all once again for tuning in. We're going to take a short break. After the break, we're going to get into some NFL sounders, including Gerald Mayo, on what he thinks that the media should kind of do something together. And I won't say exactly what it was. But thank you all for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Don't forget to start your morning off with the Pete Shepard Show, as Pete was back this morning. And Pete was getting a little emotional this morning, rightfully so, because those who are new to listening in on the show, Chara, his dog, as he had mentioned, they got her after the Boston Bruins had won the Stanley Cup. And she's been with them for almost like 14 years. She is soon to, go to heaven, which no one ever wants to do with their animal, their pet. But they're spending their moments with Chara. Hopefully Chara will be able to eat the burger, as he had mentioned, after his wife done with work. And then, unfortunately, they're going to have to put her down because of the ill state that Chara's in. And we don't ever want to see anybody suffer. So for those who are listening in, thank you for your prayers. And as you guys say your prayers to whoever it is that you believe in, just say one to Chara. And if you happen to be drinking something, pour one out for Chara, as we did when we were in the city. So thank you all once again for tuning in. Don't forget also after my show here, Middays with Q, Rich Q is back today. He will be on from 12 to 2. He will have an off day again tomorrow as he travels back out towards Philly to get the boxing playoffs back all together. And then he'll be back on Friday. So thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back right after this. You are listening to Martinez Company on the Coastal Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to Martinez Company. We thank you all once again for tuning in to the show as we are live here Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. And then following us is Rich Quinones from 12 to 2 p.m. Middays with Q. He is coming up right behind me. He will be live today. Again, travel day for him tomorrow. And then he'll be back with us again on Friday as the playoff boxing is getting hot and heavy in Florida and in Philly, also in Delaware and Maryland. So he travels all over the place. And you guys didn't, if you missed it, over 48 bouts that he had called over the weekend. And I feel bad for my hermano because it's tough when you're trying to save your voice as much as you possibly can. And then just, it goes out on you when you're doing live events. He always does a fantastic job. If you've never heard him call a boxing match before, check out his YouTube channel, Rich Q. Check it out. Because I believe he has a couple of videos up there where you guys can hear him calling the bouts. Does a phenomenal job. So he'll be on today from 12 to 2. There was an article that I wanted to bring up as well with some NFL sounders that we'll get into. But listen, I don't understand how some of these people end up doing it. But one thing that I did see, and we'll bring it up here. Some people, listen, you guys have heard me before. I can't bet to save my life. I can't. If you know, when you put in like whatever, you put in a quarter in this hand and nothing in this hand and you're making a guess, whatever. All right, 50-50 odds, right? But if you're telling me to bet on a game or an outcome of a golf outing or whatever the case may be, horrendous. I can't. And one is I hate losing money if I don't have to lose the freaking money. But I know Corey Parson had talked about on Q Show last week that if you had an extra $20 to put down, and I forgot exactly what it was and how he worded it, but basically showing Ohtani guarantees you at least, if anything, like $20 a night with some sort of hit, whether it be in a triple, home run, or something else. So he said, and I'll have to get, maybe I'll get Q to talk about it on the show here at 12 o'clock, but I'm not a gambler. I don't have any betting apps on my phone. Pete has tried to walk me through how to do it. I just forget about it. But anyways, the reason why I bring it up, because under TSP, again, an article coming out of Outkick.com. I want to make sure that I give them the proper acknowledgement here. A sports gambler bet nearly $2 million fading players at the Open to win a staggeringly small amount of money. This came out just yesterday. When betting on golf, you typically wagering on players to succeed, whether it's putting some money on a certain player to win or finish in a certain position. You're pulling for their success and not their demise. Professional sports gambler Rufus Peabody takes a different approach when it comes to gambling on golf. And here's a few bucks richer after the conclusion of the Open at Royal Troon. When I say a few bucks, I mean it, at least relative to the sum of money he wagers to begin with. What makes gambling on golf so intriguing are the odds you can find all over the board. While top players such as Scottie Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, I know I butcher the name all the time, and Rory McIlroy fetch odds around 15-1 and shorter at the start of the week, those are still incredibly enticing odds compared to other sports. Sprinkling a few bucks, responsibly of course, on long shots that have 100-1 or longer odds draws bettors in as well. Peabody doesn't get drawn in by the plus money odds. However, he plays the heavy favorites best on his action for the Open. According to sports betting guru Ben Fawkes, Peabody placed a $330,000 bet on Tiger Woods not to win the Open with odds of minus 33,000. This netted him a net profit of $1,000. Peabody wasn't done there. He was just getting started because he also wagered close to $2 million on a group of 8 golfers he didn't think would win the Open. He ended up risking nearly $2 million to earn $35,000. Among the golfers Peabody bet on not to win the Open included Bryson DeChambeau, Tommy Fleetwood, Brooks Koepka, and Cam Young, who were all on plenty of other people's cards to actually hoist the claret this past Sunday. While Peabody approach is as unique as it gets, he's the one $36,000 richer, while the vast majority of everyone else who placed a wager on the Open ended up winning nothing. Listen, first of all, if you got that kind of money to be spending, I know people mention it all the time. Let's send it this way, because man, I can use $2 million here on the network. It would be absolutely fantastic. But again, you bet $2 million to win $36,000 that's nuts to me. That really is nuts. But again, what in the world do I know? Because that's something else. All right, now around the NFL, again, as the training camps have started, a couple of sounders that came around here. One, including Gerald Mayo, where he jokes that the media doesn't have any kind of camaraderie when it comes to someone's phone going off by mistake. This is credit to the New England Patriots. Now, this audio comes in a little bit low. Again, there's nothing, unfortunately, I can do about it other than trying to blow you guys your ears up when it goes from one to the other. But here's Gerald Mayo, and he talks about the media and what they need to do.
That we talked about earlier. Whose phone is that? It's all good. You know what happens in the squad room, and this is even when I was a player. Phones would go off sometimes, and everyone would just start coughing, like, you know what I mean? I guess that's team camaraderie. None of you guys care about each other. You guys need to have some camaraderie. You guys need to have some camaraderie as a media group.
And it's true. I mean, how many times it's happened, right? The players you guys see the media crew inside the locker rooms, and someone's phone goes off, and then they're quick. Siri, matter of fact, in the video I played yesterday when they were doing a post-game interview, his phone went off. He looked down, quickly just decided to take it to silent there and move on. But he is right. I mean, everybody's a little uptight. Relax a little bit. Everybody be okay. Also, as we mentioned yesterday, is that you also have Antonio Pierce, and he talks about the Raiders, rightfully so, he talks about Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew having some swagger. So we hear yesterday when Devontae Adams had mentioned that Aiden O'Connell is his guy that he would like to see start. But here's Antonio Pierce kind of flipping a little bit, and he just talks about how both of them have a little bit of swagger.
Both guys got a little swag now. That's kind of cool, right? Aiden had so much last year, but he's kind of picked it up. And then Gardner, just his personality is so unique, so free-spirited, but more importantly, a great teammate. He loves to compete. His attitude, his purpose, each and every rep that he takes, you can see that there's a driven player there that's always been an underdog. And that's a good thing for the Raiders because that carries over to the rest of our team and guys feed off of it.
So, and which is true, we're going to see who's going to, again, you look at Gardner Minshew, you look at Justin Fields. Who else am I thinking about as far as backup that are supposed to be the backup quarterbacks that are going to be obviously are on the teams, but if they end up having a better competition, was it Atlanta? And I'm drawing a blank here. Michael Penix Jr. If these guys end up doing better than said starter, do you then say you won the job? But people want to see Aiden succeed. Gardner Minshew, we've seen, again, he had a couple outstanding games in Philly. At the end, when he was getting ready to be done with the team, not so much. It happens to every athlete. You know, last year, we saw what happened with the Browns. So I just, hopefully these guys, as they come in here, they stand behind the quarterback. We'll see. But if Justin Fields, again, just my opinion, what do I know? If Justin Fields ends up doing better for Pittsburgh than Russell Wilson, then the reflection goes back to Chicago to see if Chicago did enough for Justin Fields. But that, as far as being said there, let's not forget too, at the moment that as Brandon Ayuk is looking for a brand new contract, he was holding out. He did report to camp. So he is at Niners facility, and he said he's gonna go ahead and practice and as he looks for a brand new contract. Now, there hasn't been a lot of teams that have reached out to say that they want him a part of their team. So this, I won't say it's like super interesting, but it's good, the optimism from John Lynch as he talks about the latest on Ayuk's contract negotiations. And he mentions that Brandon is a big part of our team. I respect he will be here this year. And again, this came out yesterday, but from what I understand and what I read this morning, that he has reported to camp. This is credit to NBC Sports Bay Area.
Any understanding with him that you will continue to negotiate? Is there any to get?
We've had great communication. We started this really early. We made it a priority to try to get done. We've had excellent communication throughout. Really don't want to characterize. We haven't been able to, and that's a shame. But Brandon's a big part of our team, and we expect that he will be this year.
Is there a possibility that you do some sort of restructuring like you did with Raheem Mostert back in the past?
Everything's a possibility. We not gonna get into negotiations, and as Kyle says, there's no absolutes. So we're open to anything, and like I said, Brandon's a big part of this team, and we expect that he will be going forward.
Do you know yet whether he'll practice once he reports, or whether it will be?
We expect all our players to practice.
John, last year you gave us an absolute that Bosa would not be traded. Would you make that same statement about Brandon?
Well, Kyle and I always, we kind of, I did say that with Bosa, and I felt that way. But I think again, no absolutes there. We fully intend on Brandon being a Niner moving forward. We're always open to listen to things. But like I said, we expect Brandon to be an integral part of our team like he has been, and excited about that.
So if John Lynch and crew feel like he's going to be there, hopefully he is actually going to be there. We shall see. We don't, we have no clue. We're hoping so. It'd be nice to see him back in San Fran, but everybody knows contract negotiations are not the easiest thing in the world, but supposedly he reported to camp, which is a really good thing. That's what we want to see from the players. Because again, looking back with the Jets said they're not dealing, and I'll go back to take a look to make sure that I am what he had mentioned as far as for Hassan Reddick. as according to, again, this is coming from Dov Kleeman, that the Jets are unwilling to negotiate with Hassan Reddick until he shows up in person. They currently do not know when he plans on coming back. He will be fined for his absences. Now, call me nuts, but my thing is, why not? Just show up to camp. Show up. There's the small requirements, right? But show up to camp and see what happens. Just keep taking it from there. I missed this one earlier from Gas Pump Guy where he says, who do you think would be a good candidate to take Chuck's spot? It will be hard. That's a really good question. Currently, I don't know. I would have to get back to that one, Gas Pump Guy, because that's a good one. Who would take Chuck's spot currently to bring the energy that Chuck brings? That's a good one. I have to think of who has retired as of recent or someone old school to come in and take the place. Huh. All right. I'd have to, let me think about that one and I'll get back to you on that one because it's, you would have to, for the crew that's there right now with Kenny, Ernie, and Shaq, I don't know. I got to think about that one. Got to think. Good question. Excellent question. But I have to think about that one. Also, as we keep around the NFL, Tua is still looking for a new contract as well. But this was kind of, I think, a surprise for some people as well. Michael Gallup, you guys remember, Dallas Cowboy, also signed a 1-year deal for $3 million with the Raiders on April 30th. He was expected to compete for the team's number 3 receiver spot. Instead, retired on Tuesday, the day before the Raiders' first training camp. Now, this is according to ESPN here. Gallup, 28, participated in OTAs and minicamp for the Raiders this offseason. A 6-year NFL veteran who caught 266 passes for 3,744 yards and 21 touchdowns with the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys released Gallup on March 15th to open $9.5 million in salary cap space. After Gallup tore the anterior cruciate ligament is in his left knee late into the 2021 season, the Cowboys signed him to a 5-year, $57.5 million deal in 2022, but he was unable to regain the form that had saw him average 15.5 yards per catch. After the injury, Gallup caught 73 passes for 842 yards and 6 touchdowns and did not record a 100-yard game in the regular season in 2022 and 2023. And Dallas wildcard lost to the Green Bay Packers, and in January, he caught 6 passes for 103. So it's, as I look on here in the article, and that's about it. And by the way, the other named player that came through it as well is that Coco Gauff will be carrying the flag. She will be the flag bearer for the females for the Olympic team. So she was stunned by the news as well. I want to make sure I got that out there. But Gallup, kind of surprising, but I can understand too that if you feel you're going to get cut early on, you might as well walk away with the money that you have and figure out maybe you can rehab yourself. Maybe you can talk to T.O. and see what T.O. says. It's tough. Listen, it's tough. And I believe, if I remember correctly, you still have to be at least 8 years in the NFL if you call it a career in order to get the benefits from the NFL. So learned that came through, I think, yesterday after I went off air. I believe it was late in the afternoon where he decided to, again, another guy who decided to hang up the cleats. And we may not be done with seeing guys who decide they don't want to. And Agba, by the way, returns to the Dolphins after Barrett's retirement. So Dolphins wasting no time to make sure they filled that gap. But speaking about the Dolphins, again from ESPN, Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa will practice Wednesday as the team opens training camp, but will not practice in the 11-on-11 drills. Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel on Wednesday acknowledged Tagovailoa's ongoing contract negotiations with the team since the start of the offseason. The former number 5 overall pick attended mandatory minicamp in its entirety in June, but was absent for at least a portion of the team's offseason program before that. When he was present during organized team activities, he did not practice in team drills. It's a format McDaniel expects the Dolphins to follow for at least the foreseeable future. Quote, "It's very fluid," McDaniel said. "We're taking it day by day. Today, I expect it to be a kind of like OTAs, and we'll move on from there," end quote. Tagovailoa led the NFL in passing yards in 2023 with a career high of 4,624 yards and 29 touchdowns, while quelling concerns about his durability by playing all 18 of the Dolphins' games. He and the team have been negotiating a new contract extension since the beginning of the offseason, with both sides publicly stating their desire to get a deal done. Nothing has come to fruition as late July, however, despite Tagovailoa's visible agitation with the lack of resolution during minicamp. The price to reach said resolution may be climbing. This offseason, Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence signed extensions with the Detroit Lions and Jacksonville Jaguars worth $212 million and $275 million, respectively. Both deals are among the 3 most expensive contracts in the NFL in terms of an average annual value. Coach, I'm not blind to people that are in my position that are getting paid, Tagovailoa said in June. I am concerned about it. I'm concerned about it, but there's a lot of discussion that we need to have, that we've had, that we are just trying to move that thing into the right direction where we both can be happy. I'll tell you one thing, the market is the market. If we didn't have the market, then none of that would matter. It would just be an organizational thing. It didn't matter if that guy got paid. That's because it's up to that organization. So that's what I would say. The market is a market. That's it. And we heard him making his comments early off during the offseason. So I'm pretty sure they'll get the deal done. I'm quite sure they will get it done. I don't see why they wouldn't at this point, because they know they need him. Listen, I think everybody was pretty much surprised too last season that he was able to not get injured, as we've seen from the season prior, that we saw that he was able to make it to a full entire 18 games in the NFL. So it's good to see that he is going to get paid one way or the other. And the other thing that, and maybe we'll bring it up with Mia as well, and I think she may have touched on it beforehand, but I would like to know for Jaguar fans, if you guys are listening in, I would love your commentary as well. Of course, you can send it here on the social medias, live at sr1029thegame.com, and also at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. But if, let's just say, hypothetically, Trevor Lawrence doesn't live up to that $275 million contract, are we getting really upset? And the reason why I bring it up, because we had Jalen Hurts, for example, that we saw he got his payday, and now we saw what happens afterwards. I don't know what happens with NFL athletes or athletes in general. And listen, I just recently got married, but we see some like Ben Roethlisberger when he got married. That doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. It used to be a thing. I don't know what happened. But the Ben Roethlisberger, when he got married, it declined, right? I wish I had a slide whistle, because that's kind of like the news I was trying to make there. But we saw him kind of teeter off a bit. We see the players getting paid, rightfully so. We saw, again, using Dak Prescott as an example. He's looking, and again, another big contract, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I just hope as these guys continue to get paid, they outperform their contracts, as it used to be said before. But I'm just curious to see if Jaguar fans would be really upset, especially by spending the money that they did, waiting 12 hours for the original throwback jersey that apparently the owner is saying that he hopes that will help kind of reinvigorate and charge his team all over again after the fallout of one of the staff members who were just spending money. And I don't know, just same way like with Shohei Ohtani, how do you have someone have access to that, like all this crazy amount of money? And you mean to tell me that a red flag didn't go up? I mean, if my bank, if a cent comes out of it, I'm notified. I know what's going on. But hey, listen, everybody's different nonetheless. But we hope that Tua is going to get paid. I'm pretty sure that he is. It's good to see that he is at camp. Okay, he doesn't practice on 11 drills, because we've also known too the stock of the athlete, just like when we see when they jump out of the college ranks, the stock of the athletes goes down if they get injured. So Tua, I get it. I understand he wants to prevent that injury to not happen. And so he's going to sit his time out. And so I want to see, I would like to see, what will happen. He will get paid no matter what. We're going to see as camps continue on. I believe all of the teams, maybe minus one, but I believe every team has reported to camp. At least most of them. The other ones that were left over for today, I think there may be one left over still for tomorrow. But for the majority, most of the NFL teams are reporting to camp. Again, we know that the Ravens are one of the teams in the AFC are trying to be the ones to knock off the Kansas City Chiefs of becoming back-to-back Super Bowl champions. And talking with them when I was up in Vegas, it was really hard to dislike that team. But you can tell the difference between a team that's been there and won it before versus the way the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan had handled it. Again, not taking anything away from the 49ers because they could still be that team to get back there once again. But you have to get over the Super Bowl hangover, something that the Eagles did not do when 2018 season came around, because we do remember that that Super Bowl hangover cost us dearly that season. And listen, when you get there, the Eagles have been there before. With Dick Vermeil, just never was able to get the win. We were there before with Andy Reid, couldn't get the win. And then obviously being there with Dougie P, and Dougie P able to do so. And we got back there with Nick Sirianni on a surprising year that we didn't think it was going to happen, but we saw how that worked out, that Andy beats his former team. And I'm pretty sure a lot of us who play Madden probably had that matchup before too on your Xbox console or your PlayStation or PC, wherever you end up playing games, and saw that as well. So I just hope for this season, a lot of these athletes end up remaining healthy. Those who are looking to get their contracts paid, that they will do so. And so that we can keep talking about it and keep getting better. Speaking of, before we get close here to close out the show, Andy Reid on Louis Rees-Zamet. And Casey's had some troubles this offseason, if you guys have not kept up with it. So Andy has got his work cut out for him. And I think I want to say that this is the first time in a long time, other than being in Philly, what went on with his sons, but it's been a while since Andy Reid has had to go through all this kind of chaos. And when you're building up a dynasty, is it a thing that it becomes? But here's Andy Reid, credit to Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, he might. We give everybody a chance back there, and he's so talented. But if you can get a couple, three guys that can do that, yeah, he might. We give everybody a chance back there, and he's so talented. But if you can get a couple, three guys that can do that, you feel comfortable with him. That's a pretty good thing. So we asked him to get back there, and he wants to do that. He wants to play, and he's got a great attitude.
So as he's mentioned, that Louis is, if you guys have not seen, there's stuff out there on the socials that if you guys follow your favorite teams, rightfully so, or it's been some dropped stuff, and people have said how close it could end up being, where he could get cut. And again, listen, the life of the NFL, right? As our great coach once said, Herman Edwards, you play to win the game. Well, you're also playing to vie for a spot on that team. And when you're now at the threshold of the Kansas City Chiefs, yeah, if you get drafted, whether being, a walk-on, you're signed, whatever the case would be, the expectations end up getting higher. As we mentioned before we close out the show here, as we get things ready for Middays with Q, who's on from 12 to 2. Of course, you can start your morning off with Pete Shepard Show from 7 to 10 a.m. Martinez coming here from 10 to 12, the mid-morning show. As the teams become dynasty, we've seen with the Patriots when it was back in their heyday. Now Gerard Mayo has a long road to get that team back to where they were before. The expectations get higher. We also mentioned earlier on this morning, when it came out of flag football, will flag football as the talks, it's just talks. It's not like it's something that's there. We see it in the Pro Bowl. But at one point, would it ever come down to, and again, you guys can share your opinions even after a show. You can send a text, 727-858-6650. But would you guys be upset if the NFL ever went away from the game that we know and love today into flag football? So, every team tries this time of the year to make sure their players are healthy. ACLs, MCLs, tears, it happens. The practices, right? You invite another team somewhere and either you go and travel there. For example, I'll use just like Eagles, Kansas City, KC travels to Philly. And we hope that as they adjust to the climates and all, that all the players are healthy and vice versa. If, the Eagles went to Denver, for example, because it's the Mile High, again, you have to get climatized for all situations, but it's going to happen. Things are going to get, we hope that, what's the word I'm looking for here? We hope that the teams remain healthy, that the players that need to be paid are signed, dotted, and delivered. So that's one less distraction that the teams have to deal with as the regular season approaches. I myself can't wait for the season to happen. We know it. It seems like every year it goes by quick. I mean, we're already in the middle of the summer here, July 24th. A lot of people like to do the whole Christmas in July thing tomorrow, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But as quick as a season approaches is as quickly as a season ends. So I'm pretty sure the Eagles, just like KC, just like the Colts, just like the Chargers, Harbaugh has been kind of quiet at the moment, but we'll start hearing more grumblings of how he's handling practice, how those guys are getting fired up over there. Everyone is dying for their team to be back. So there's something to do, right? Something to talk about. During the NFL season, everybody goes crazy. You visit your local establishments and you absolutely love it. I myself am fortunate down here in Tampa, when you go to Tampa Joe's at 9316 Anderson Road, that the Philly of the South crew is out there and it's all Eagles fans base. And then there's a Steelers bar in Clearwater right on the beach. Huge Steelers following. We've been there on Sundays on the beach, not at the bar itself, but we've passed by when we got off the beach. And so anywhere you frequent and you want to support your team, do so. Just like here with the Bucks in St. Pete at Ferg's. I believe Hat-Tricks in Tampa. The fans will go there as well. Those who can't, who don't go to the game, but want to go to one of their favorite watering holes. Those are two places down here. So support your team, support the athletes. And I'm not trying to say, to pay them by any means, but hopefully they'll end up doing it. Gas pump guy, before we sign off, Jerry from Rhode Island says, I won't watch one snap if they go to flag football. And this is what I mean. This is where I would love to hear the comments from you guys. Gascon Guy does say, though, the Bucs got the wrong person from the 49ers. Gregory has still not shown up. Yeah, that's going to be something to be talked about. But you hear Jerry from Rhode Island saying that and listen, there's a lot of people that may not want to, they don't want to see possibly flag football. I mean, we're trying to as if I run the NFL is trying to get away from that injury protocol where we see the below the belt hits. And you guys know exactly what I'm talking about here, especially the concussions. We're trying to get away from that so we don't have to hopefully ever go to flag football. We hope not, because I don't know, are the tickets then, I mean, most people, and due to today's economy as well, but a lot of people, they don't have an extra $200, $300, $400, $500, depending on where your team resides, to pay for these games. So then if it goes to flag football, are we still ever charging that same amount? Or then do we go down to, all right, we'll start at 50 and take it from there? Because we saw, right, the first Super Bowl was what, $10, $5, whatever it was. What was last year? Something like 10,000, something ridiculous, something crazy. I don't know how KC fans are doing it, honest to God, because they're spending money, but they were out there in Vegas. They enjoyed it. So anyways, we shall see. I think it's going to be one of the better NFL seasons that we've seen. Maybe we'll see some teams finally surprise folks. Buffalo's got a long road with Stephon Diggs being in Houston. Houston, once again, one of those surprise teams from last year. Can they do it again? We shall see. So everybody's eager to see what the camp's going to be all about. Everybody's eager to see, even though the preseason games mean absolutely nothing, but you start kind of getting the gist of to see what players going to be what position, and then leading up into the regular season. Next week, we will have, until I get to read some excerpts from the book, where we're going to have a gentleman on talking about fantasy football, as that becomes huge. And everybody knows when it comes to fantasy football, there's a lot of people who put either tons of money. You see some places where they have like drafting tables, and some guys some places, and I got friends of mine that they'll have like 4 or 5 leagues that they're involved in. So everybody's trying to meet up. what I think it's nuts are the people that have flown across the country to line up their draft and everything else. Fantasy football has become, if not bigger than the NFL, and how much money is involved. And there's also people that they come up with their own trophy, their own rings, all kinds of stuff. I used to be involved with it before, but now I'm not heavily involved. But it doesn't mean I wouldn't get back there. Maybe I'll put up one for like ESPN, like I'll throw something together and then I'll let you guys know. Maybe we'll pick the, like a pick'em game, the best ones, the ones with the most wins for the week, and then we'll have kind of an elimination from there. But I'll let you guys know. I'll think about it amongst all the other stuff I have going on here at the network. But maybe we'll get something friendly with the listeners so that we can have and I don't know, the loser of maybe the season has to wear an opposing team jersey or something. Well, let me know your thoughts. You guys put it together on social medias or even send it to us in our form on sr1029thegame.com. Let me know what you think. If we put a fantasy team together, and I'm not saying about players or anything else, just who has the most wins for the week, we'll do kind of a pick'em type deal and take it from there. Guest Guy says, great show, Angel. Glad to be back, trying to get back to normal. Same thing, Guest Guy. You've been missed here on the network. One of the guys who definitely adds a lot to it, along with Jerry from Rhode Island, as I always say it faster. He's always on a boat. We hope he's safe out there because we know the coastal waters have been crazy. And if you guys didn't see the video about the whale who, the one captain who was close and apparently was too close to call, knocked over the boat, capsized it. Take a look. It's on, Pete has it up there on his social media handle. But don't forget to follow us here at CSN, the Coastal Sports Network, at CSN Florida on X, on Instagram, and on Facebook. It is Coastal Sports Network. Don't forget to download the app directly from the website. Visit sr1029thegame.com. If you're listening in on the Sports Media app, you've already downloaded it, and I thank you and I appreciate it. And for those that are new here to the network, download the all-new digital Sports Media app, because not only can you watch the show live and make your live comments directly from the app. So if you're not at home, you're on a run, you're sitting at the doctor's office, you can still send in live comments to the show because the live shows will always be played on the app. The live audio is also on the app. So if you're jumping in the car, you're going to the gym, hit the pause on the live video, hit play on the radio player, it picks up right where you left off. And then when you arrive at the gym, you have it sitting up on the treadmill. Fast forward the video, you're right back to it again. You can also text the show from there. You can call the show from there. You can check out CSN Bets with Back Your Play. There's more stuff to come. And if you guys had missed the earlier announcement as well, Darius Rice, former Miami Hurricane, former Miami Heat, is now a part of the Coastal Sports Network with our evening show on Wednesdays, Talking Hoops with Coach Mack, Coach Johnson, Ron Briscoe, and now the latest addition to the lineup is Darius Rice, a pro athlete, pro basketball player, still to this day, as he still coaches and plays the game, also a radio host, but he is now a part here of the Coastal Sports Network. So if you guys want to hear more NBA talk, more WNBA talk, G League talk, tune in tonight live at 8 p.m. But coming up right after me is my hermano Rich Quinones with Middays with Q. He is back today, tomorrow, again on Thursday. He'll be off. It's a travel day for him as he boxing playoffs heat up, and then he'll be back on Friday. And then tomorrow morning, you start the day off with Pete Shepard. With the Pete Shepard Show, I sit in the co-host chair and executive producer show as well for him, for myself, and then obviously for Rich as well. And the evening shows like Lloyd Vance's Insider Football, that's on from 8 till 9:15 on Monday nights with Lloyd Vance, Kevin Midget, and his son. And then, of course, Talking Hoops and Football Stories, a magazine that comes directly out of Philly. That would be from 6 to 8 p.m. So lots going on here at the network as we continue to now grow, as we pivoted and now are the Coastal Sports Network. You guys can see behind me, obviously it says Broad Street South. Those who are listening on the app, you can't see it, but behind me is where it all started. So as things continue to grow, I can't thank you guys enough for tuning in, watching the show, downloading the app, visiting the website. It is beyond grateful to me personally, because it doesn't cost you anything to follow us. It doesn't cost you anything to download the app. I'm just forever grateful for you guys tuning in to our network as it continues to grow and evolve. So coming up here in about 10 minutes and some change is Middays with Q. The show feed will stop here momentarily along with the audio feed, but it'll pick right back up, restart again at 12 o'clock with Middays with Q. So with that being said, thanks you guys also for saying your prayers to Chara, as Pete and his wife Elaine will be spending and what could be maybe the last day with Chara. We hope not, but we don't want to see anything. Of course, our children and our animals, we don't ever want to see them ever having to spend their last moments, because we hope that we outlive them. But with dogs, it's a different story. But Chara's been with them for 14 years. When you guys say a prayer tonight or whatever time of the day, and whoever you believe in, do us a favor, say when to Chara, pour one out for, as well as Jerry from Rhode Island says, I'm in on fantasy football. So that's one. You guys let me know. Like I said, send in your text. Let me know. We'll throw something together here and we'll just have fun with it. We can trash talk come Monday or Tuesday, actually, because we have the Monday night games. We can trash talk and say who won the week. Just throwing it out there to get you guys to interact with us just a little bit more. I've had leagues before. I've had a lot of fun with it. So we'll see if we can put one together and throw it up there. So with that all being said, don't forget, start your day. Pete Shepard Show, 7 to 10 a.m. The mid-morning show, Martinez and Company from 10 to 12. And then, of course, my hermano, Rich Quinones, the midday show from 12 to 2. And don't forget, tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 7 Central, Darius Rice joins the Talking Hoops crew as our NBA analyst. And so that should be a lot of fun as well. Thank you all for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Don't forget to visit the site. Don't forget to follow us on the shows, on the socials at CSN Florida. We appreciate you all. And we will see you tomorrow if you're watching Martinez Company. And don't forget, Middays with Q comes up right behind me. So thank you. Have a great rest of your sports day. And Gas from Guy says he's also in for fantasy as well. So thank you all. We appreciate it. Have yourself a great rest of the day. And don't forget to come back here in less than 10 minutes as Middays with Q will kick off. Have yourself a great sports day.